Yo, we're live. What's up, everybody? It is Expanded Understanding Podcast number 007. We are going to talk about love, intimacy, relationships, and in honor of the original 007, primarily I will be approaching it from an alchemical metaphor tonight because the original 007 was one of my favorite men, John D. So I'm very excited about that. We're going to have Bree on the podcast. If you were here yesterday or you watched a replay from yesterday, she'll be here tonight. Her sound actually works. She's going to do more than draw butts. So that's a plus.
Right on.
Erin's probably interested in learning more about Bree and her ability at drawing butts. We're super excited about that. And we're super excited to have you here. If you're here live or if you're joining us on the replay. Erin, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty well. Work and stuff, and my light went out. And I'm still recoiling from the Arcturian thing the other day. That's still happening.
I actually have a very interesting message that I get to share in a little while with us. That one of the people who joined in on that Arcturian session, they actually channeled a message recently. Mm-hmm. And then part of that message was a very kind of a public statement, and part of it was very direct to their life. And they shared the public statement with me, and I get to share it with all of us because I think it really is applicable to everything, and it's really cool,
awesome.
Pretty cool connection with that whole thing. So I'm pretty psyched on that. And what do you mean by you're still recoiling from the Arcturian thing? What do you mean by that?
Well, recoiling is...
I don't know what happened to Erin's thing. Apparently, he's trying to give us a visual metaphor of what it means to recoil from the Arcturian thing by having his connection get all weird. So maybe that is the case. But we have Bree here, and that will give us a perfect opportunity to bring her on and pretend that Erin does not exist right now. Bree, how are you doing?
I am divine.
That is good to hear. I am doing actually really, really good, better than usual. I have a very interesting experience in my life where I'm very much so feeling my reality around me. I talk everything science, so I feel like I can feel everything in my spaces. Its adjustment to my own magnetic flux density allows me to be really feeling my reality on what kind of feels like a different sensory level over the last couple of days. And it's a very enjoyable physical experience. I'm super happy to be in this space doing that.
Amazing. I like that. So is that a new sense, like a sixth sense?
It feels like a new sense in a certain way to me. I think it's kind of just one of our intuitive senses, and as I've been kind of sculpting that stuff more over time, I think those are opening up, and I think this is just more of that. I'm really interested to have more experience with it myself and have it operating my reality, so it's something that I talk about, so that I get to hear about other people being yeah, I'm really feeling that too, and I can basically learn more about it like that. Erin, you recoiled so hard from the Arcturian thing that you froze up, you disappeared, it looked like you turned into a girl named Bree for a moment, but then you teleported back in, and now you're here. Isn't that crazy?
Dude, super fluidity, bro.
Yeah, that was super fluid, except for the pausing and the freezing part. But maybe that was just you. That was just you moving to absolute zero to obtain super fluidity.
You please explain my glitches from now on. That's a much better explanation. I like it.
Okay. I like explaining glitches in the Matrix, so I would be more than happy to do that. So
hi, Bree.
Hi, Erin.
Nice to officially meet you.
Nice to officially meet you as well.
So we're going to talk about love and relationships and intimacy and stuff that has to do with that, especially if you drop questions in the comments or put them on really anywhere that I could see them, the chat, anything like that. We'd love to approach the topics that you are interested in your life about love as well, because really it's all one big experience, and we'd like to share our experience with each other and with you in hopes that we can understand our own experience better and you can expand your understanding of your own experience as well. So please share any of those topics. Before we do get to that, I did have I want to give space for Bree to do any kind of intro that you would like for yourself, since you are special on the show tonight. And then I would like to read a message that came from one of our community members by way of a byproduct of our Arcturian meditations that we were doing that I think really applies to everybody that's taking part in this at all. And then we'll dive right in on the love and relationships and everything like that. So Bree, who are you? What do you do in this avatar?
Tell us what you do
really
and plug
cute.
away.
Yeah. Oh, I am here to break all the rules, everything that I was, set to conform to and question it. So, given an example, I was born and raised in the Mormon church in Seattle, Washington, and two loving parents. They're still together today. I moved around all over the country. I always had jobs that had me traveling everywhere. I've been to all corners of the world and the country. So I enjoy traveling. I've been a massage therapist since 2008. I did attend BYU, if anyone asks that. I did. But then I actually got kicked out because I did not believe in them anymore.
Typical rule
Massage
breaker.
therapy school.
Whoop.
Yeah, rule breaker. Any kind of rule that I could break, I did it. Except for massage therapy. That's something I honor tremendously. So I kind of do that here and there. I'm a Reiki 2 Holy Fire practitioner. And yeah, I am currently an author. So I'm writing my first book as we speak. And I enjoy doing all things of pleasure, food, travel. I'm a true Taurus. My birthday's coming up. Yeah.
Dude,
So
okay,
that's
so
me.
let me drive on some of these synchronicities then real quick. So I'm in Seattle right now, and I've been here for a while. And you said yesterday when you're on briefly that when you're drawing out the chart, I think that 2-year period started for you in July of 2016, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my second stage of like awakening ascension started July 2016, which is 9 months before my 30th birthday, which I think is fascinating.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That is
just want to throw that out
fascinating.
there.
Yeah, that was there's some portal, right? That maybe we entered in July
Apparently.
2016.
Plus,
Yeah,
you said you grew up in the Mormon church?
I did.
Okay, so I grew up in the Christian church in different churches, and then really expanded into and out of that paradigm in the last 4 years has been where all that's really, really, really happened. So I find that really interesting, our similarities. That's cool.
Yes, yes. It really was the last 4 years. Spring of 2016, it was actually for my birthday present, May 2016, that I said, you know what? I'm getting myself a lawyer to get my name off of the church records, and I officially did it. I got the letter in the mail sometime in July. So
Yeah.
I feel you.
Yeah. Right on. Cool. Let's keep rolling.
Awesome.
Well, I think a lot of the times these types of relationship and love experiences and encountering with like our own understanding of intimacy and love really a lot of times is kind of what the spiritual journey process is about. A lot of people look at it as like self-love, and so it's really common that we have these kinds of experiences that end up being really good catalysts to bring about a new version of ourselves, want to generate some change or start something new, I think. So I've definitely had more than a couple of those, my friends.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys met your twin flame yet?
I've interacted with that enough that
Jen is a mom, not a twin flame, right?
That's a sick burn right there. So twin flame. Let me read this message that was channeled for us.
All right.
And then we'll start off on basically just kind of giving what do we even really think that is? Like what is that more? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does that sound
Beautiful.
good to everybody? All right.
Yeah.
Well, 1 second. Had to clear my throat so I can provide a presentable reading for everyone. Okay. So it's amazing how you call your waking dream reality and your imagination as a dream, when in fact it is the imagination that is real and the waking dream that is the illusion. That is why it's so important to trust yourself and believe in your imagination, because it is in your imagination that you can channel the best outcome of your waking dream. You may study all these techniques, study all the mysteries, but if you get the basic concepts that you're a creator, that you're a god, you're more powerful than you were told, as powerful and beyond as you can possibly imagine, so many miracles and magics can happen. That is why from earlier on you were told to be responsible with the power given to you, because we knew of your potential. We knew what you would be able to do. We knew your capabilities. We knew great care must be taken when being able to harness the infinite power you have within you. It is why your life has unfolded the way that it did. From early on, the life path and experiences you had from the time you were a child to the present, we knew this would help you have the balanced perspective you needed to proceed with your mission once you awaken. And as you can see how fast things were able to heal once you were ready to heal, once you were ready to become whole, once you were ready to merge with your higher self, once you realize that your dream state is your creative state and your waking dream is a product of your dreams and imagination. Choose wisely whom you allow to enter your sanctuary. Your home is sacred ground. Not all who knock at the door are worthy. Not all who come forward are worthy to enter. Be selective. Be very selective. Yes, it's okay to want to see the world and what's out there, but it's also okay to know these foundational truths, so you can navigate well in your surroundings, so you can be discerning, selective in your interactions with other beings. It's not just about you being worthy to the beings around you, it is more the other way around. You must protect your energy field, for this is where you create. This is where the magic takes place. You are a channeler of energy, of healing, of messages. It is of great importance that you safeguard your avatar. These are the deeper meanings of self-love and putting yourself first. Speaking your truth and living your truth will come. There is no need to rush. Everything is unfolding as scheduled. Just relax, be still, and know that you are a God and you are powerful beyond measure. But discernment and care is needed to protect your mission and your energy. Embrace who you are. There is so much more about you that you have yet to discover, and it will all come at the right place and time, like everything else has. Be grateful and filled with infinite love. Infinite love and gratitude. That's how you grow. That feeling will be your source of growth. That frequency will just keep bringing you what will help you in your life's mission. Savor every moment. It goes by fast. Be present and just love. Just love, and you will see the miracles unfold. So I think this taps in really close to a thing that says that if love is not the answer, you are probably asking the wrong question. So when we say twin flames, for me personally, this to me, like I speak in scientific metaphor a lot, and tonight in honor of John D, alchemical metaphor a lot, it's all about conjugation and bringing something to coherence. There's a process of that that distills out the bads. There's a process of that that coagulates the goods. But really, it's just a progressive spiraling process of trying to come to greater and greater coherence with ourselves. And I think that our relationship with ourselves and our relationships with other people in all formats are really that. When we engage in a coherent one that is operating either in an opposing or aligning modality, we can look at this as some kind of like twin flame or soulmate, because we're really properly aligned in order to come either into a coherence or a difference that allows us to have a really efficient learning method of ourselves. So I think we experience these in a long way. Have I found my twin flame inside of my life? I had a dog for 16 years that died at the end of January that was undoubtedly a twin flame to me. This dog taught me more about love than most things I've ever experienced in my life. But at the same time, I spent like 4 years of my life doing nothing but rock climbing. And in that time, kind of all these rocks were my twin flame because they were teaching me everything about loving myself. But at the same time, I also have had a lot of human individuals that I've met in my life that I would say that I really had a good twin or some kind of parallel with, that really helped me learn about myself, or I felt a really good coherent connection with. And really, I feel at this point in time, with how I try to find love in my life, I try to see how everything holds that parallel rather than how it doesn't hold that parallel. And I feel like that's really the core of what allows me to see more love in my life. So I kind of feel like it's not about finding my twin flame anymore, but figuring out how everything already was my twin flaming.
I have a question for you. Um, do you define twin flame as someone that teaches you about love?
It doesn't have to teach you about love. Well, and that's another dimension of that too. And again, like go back to the, if love's not the answer, you're asking the wrong question, right? Like everything is a process of learning about love, because understanding your reality is you coming to coherence with your experience. So whether they teach you how to drive a car, or they teach you what it means to really actually care about yourself, or something like that, functionally all of these formats are bringing you into greater coherence with your experience through providing you with an opportunity to learn more about what actually is. So I think it is that they help you learn. Maybe not about love, but maybe that's just because you think something isn't love.
Well
For
said.
sure.
So,
Yeah,
have you guys found twin flames?
Well, let me roll right off that paradigm that you're saying, because that's because they're just words, right? Twin flame is a framework, but
Sure.
then that's
Yeah.
why we could bring it up, and it's like, oh, what do you have to say? Because there's so many frameworks around that, and pretty hard belief systems for some people, right? So the way you said it, I totally resonate. I never put it in those words, but that totally makes sense. And I completely resonate like that. Like, what an easy way to do the twin flame discussion. But then on the more, and then even applying that with a person that I was in a marriage for 10 years. And that I came out of that a more beautiful, whole, loving, balanced, coherent person. And we're better friends now than we ever were when we were married. You know, but it was not a marriage of your dreams. It was, it was 10 years of on the outside or 3D, not necessarily what you would want a home life to look like, or something that's satisfying or pleasing, just because of communication issues and traumas and things that just weren't able to get resolved or pushed back through. But you can only heal yourself. So being able to really take that within, using her as a mirror. I mean, I remember for the first several years, I decided to just choose to put on the framework that everything she's saying is actually true. Everything that she's pointing out that's wrong about me, or even in the slightest, that's true, and try to go find it, and did that for years until I was finally able to get to a place as I was just, and it wasn't like it was this hard work and like finding all these bad things about myself. I just held that as just a truth, that there's probably truth in it. She's picking up on something, even if it may be over amplified because of the moment or some other dynamic, there's probably truth there. So always keeping that in my awareness. And then as I find it, and then dive into that and deal with those things inside of me, so that by, the end of a decade, because of me working on me and finding joy and love and finding who I really am and loving my life and loving coming home every day, even though it may not be great, because I found that inside of myself. And then to know that when it was the right time for things to transition, that it was no longer a place where both of us could grow, or where my beliefs were changing. She was still part of the church. So it was a place that I wasn't even able to provide her a safe space, because my beliefs put her in a place of fear. So me just being me was actually, it got to a point where I saw that it was causing harm. And so in us separating, even though initially hard, like I said, we're better friends than we've ever been. So that's me, twin flame, for that season of my life, for sure. I've never been as coherent in my life as I am since after that relationship.
Which is weird, because it's like kind of like when you were together, you didn't get along, and when you went apart, then you did. But it's like just inversion of the function, right?
Yeah.
Like, so it is twinning. It's like twinning through a difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sure. So, Bree, what's your take on all this twin flame stuff? Like, I think all this stuff is right. Like, your experience of what you associate with that identity has something to teach you, and that's what's most important about everything.
Totally.
So, I think all opinions on it are equally valid. Like, I have a little motto inside of myself that every experience has an experiential value of 1, because you can learn everything about that experience, right? Like, that's how much it's worth. It's 1. So, how do you look at twin flames, and what do they mean to you?
To me, it's just next level awakening. Because I see twin flames as what's that?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought someone asked a question. I see them as almost a literal mirror. And have you ever seen, what's that movie? It's got Natalie Portman in it, and they go into the woods. Like, there's this fog, and they go into the woods, and there's this alien entity there. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sounds awesome,
At the
but
end,
no.
she's in a lighthouse.
Yeah, sounds awesome, but I'm not.
Like she has this.
Uh-uh.
It's really good. At the
Huh.
end, she's in this lighthouse, and it looks like this lead morphine shaping, different colors. This like lead shadow that is just attached to her, and when she tries to fight it, it holds on
Oh yeah,
tighter.
I've seen the YouTube video. There's a clip of it somewhere on YouTube. But yeah, it's a great visual. It's
You know what I'm
powerful.
talking
It's
about?
really yeah, really well done. But
It's
keep going, keep going.
yeah. So to me, that's like a depiction of actually observing yourself with your twin flame when you're in non-acceptance of your reflection, because
Yeah.
the twin flame does not allow you to not accept your reflection.
Hmm.
And the more you resist it, the more you're in trouble, and you're bound even tighter. And
That
when
makes a
you
lot of
actually
sense to me.
quit resisting, yeah, you quit resisting and you surrender to yourself essentially, then that's when you're able to be free. Like that's when you're free. And then you have no motive, because she basically had to trick this lead shadow that she didn't have a motive to run and hide from it. She had to become its friend, basically, in order to escape. But she had to accept that she wasn't trying to escape. You know what I mean? So it's like a
Yeah.
total mind pretzel of total self-acceptance, like we are talking about with the mirror, with your twin flame, and with the inversion. And so it's like you have this resistance when you try to change your reflection, or you have non-acceptance. Then when you quit the resistance, and you kind of find out like where's a good parameter, where's the safe space where we both can operate in our authenticity without clashing.
Yeah.
That's something you have to determine with your twin flame.
Well, and
For
that's
sure.
Zach said something. You said in an interview with Claudia, 2 days ago or so, with the Golden Age Alchemy, who was on the Arcturian show with us the other day as well. That the step number one is understanding twin flames. What was it? You are your own twin flame, right? Step one, finding balance within, right? Left and right brain, masculine, feminine, wholeness within. Because if you're not whole, how do you expect to find somebody else that's also balanced, so you can balance each other? I've heard said that successful relationships are not when each party gives 50%, they're when each party gives 100%. But you could think of that in the same way when you come to that level of not necessarily 100%, like, if you're at 99, you fail and you can't meet your twin flame, but whatever coherence you need to be in your life, at peace with your surroundings, where you're at in life, you don't need another person or whatever. And it's amazing how the right people come along at the right time when you're not looking for it.
I think I found a scene of the metal. It's a metal guy, and they're like downstairs somewhere, white walls, tree stuff
That
on the
sounds right, I
walls.
think. Yeah. It's not really important. You only have so many options here, but
Yeah, there's probably. I just don't know if it's the right scene. It's definitely the right movie. Somebody in the chat provided the name, which is very good.
awesome. The Annihilators or Annihilation. Huh.
Yeah, so I mean, basically what we're seeing here, I can't share this whole thing because it's movie stuff. That's like just asking for copyright infringement stuff. But
Oh
you
yeah.
know, we
Even
can.
screenshot from it or something, a little bit of it. It's
Oh,
really
we can show tiny little pieces and not really worry about it too much. So it's okay. But no audio. We'll use no audio.
that's fine. It's
So
really powerfully visual. Yeah.
yeah, this is from the 2018 movie
Yeah,
Annihilation with Natalie Portman. Check it out if you think this scene's good. So this being that she's with, she's obviously fighting with it. And this is what you're saying, that like this is kind of the idea of twin flame when you're trying to resist what your authentic self is, yeah? Maybe data problems. Aaron, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, Bree, having trouble hearing you right now. It might be because I'm also playing videos or something, but I'm not sure.
Maybe. Yeah, there's a longer dynamic in there's something like he gives her a grenade or she gives, I don't know, there's a whole other dynamic to this. Like it's really
Yeah,
great to just break down the whole scene.
Yeah, you're really seeing the symbolism of the mirroring right there, where they're both sitting up, like with the back to back. You know what I mean? And she's bloody and beaten from the battle, like as you typically feel when you've broken up with a twin flame. You're like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, perfect.
That's funny. That right there is totally like a scene, you know, the meme where you got like two Spider-Mans and they're like pointing each other out. Like that was that right there when they turned around. It was like, oh,
Dude,
it's me.
the one I've seen of that's the funniest. It was like when all my weed's gone and I'm looking for who stole my stash or something, and Superman pointing at Superman.
Yeah,
it was me.
Yeah.
So Bree, would you elaborate for you, like what the scene means to you, or the additional things that you draw out of this? Oh, maybe froze.
Oh my gosh, I cut out. Wait, can you say that again? Yeah.
Yeah. So on that scene, what are some additional like layers to that, especially since we've been able to see it and people can relate a little bit now, like additional, that one. Yeah. It's such a good meme.
This is Twin Flames right here, presented by Marvel Comics. Two Spider-Mans pointing at each other. Wait a minute.
When you see the video, like what additional? Go ahead. Yep.
So to elaborate, yeah, sorry, the feedback's not that great on my phone. I don't know what's going on, but it's working now. I feel like when you're in your twin flame relationship, it's really easy to see each other. Oh, she says twin flame connection to higher self. Well, essentially it is. I feel like twin flame relationship is the purpose is to connect you with your higher self and dissolve each other's egos. So that's where the friction is, because you can clearly see the other person's ego and you're claiming it as outside of yourself, you know, and so it triggers us to correct the reflection. And so I feel like that's where a lot of misunderstandings, and in the best interest, right? Because the twin flame relationship is so loving that you have their best interest in mind. And so the conflict with the person is, I see your ego and this is where you can change. And the other person's like, back off.
Yeah. I feel like too, as we kind of break down and as we kind of get more authenticity with ourselves, that does enhance the connection with higher self. Would you guys agree with that?
Yes, I would agree.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they're one and the same, the twin flame connection. And so the system that you were talking about last time, do you feel that ties into twin flames? Like, is that something that you use to kind of navigate that space? And how do you do that?
Sorry, the first part kind of cut out. You want me to talk about what with the twin flames?
The drawing that you sent us before, which I've brought up on the screen here, a better version of the drawing that you were trying to say. Do you use this system to engage with that twin flame mechanic? And if yes, how?
Yeah, my twin flame helped me see this pattern. So this was kind of what I was trying to try last night. It's a connection to yourself, like we were talking about a twin flame is. And so I see this unfolding in what looks like 3 different petals of, you know, it could be a lotus or an onion. I like to call it an onion because we can clearly look at an onion and see that all the layers are connected to each other from one end to another. And in the center, there's just one stem that's not necessarily connecting like the others are. It stays in the center, but yeah, it's connected to all of them just all at the same time, which I call truth. And so upon my awakening, I realized that, you know, we start in one phase as someone who is wounded or in need of healing, or we're thriving because a void is being filled, which we call love, like we fall in love. So that I call that a dependent phase. And so when you're in a dependent phase, you are dependent on this healing or love because you've never felt this kind of sensation before, and you are connected to the healer who provides it. So you can
Mhm.
see on in the green, that's all like a healing phase from the healer, which is, it says M for medicine, but I actually renamed it later on. I named it to the alchemist. So the alchemist supplies the healing for the wounded. And there's always a separation between each phase. So that's actually the greatest fear of almost every single person within that phase. When you're dependent on your medicine, your greatest fear is to get off the medicine. I mean, have we ever experienced
Yeah,
that
totally.
before? Where we're like, oh, this
Yeah.
medicine is so great. Like, yeah, you're like,
Yeah. Or
I'm
anything,
really
any
okay
little
if I
crutch,
just
like,
don't ever,
yeah,
and it becomes part of, hmm
totally.
yeah, anything that just like feels good, it's new. And so you actually, there is a separation. There are a couple things that like actually do happen where it doesn't work for you anymore, or you get bored, or there's some kind of breakup. So you go into the next phase called the beta. The beta phase is all about expansion, and it's connected to the guru phase. And so, and remember that we are one, because we're actually, our consciousness is on the other side of this veil of truth. So on the right hand side, the A, G, M, those phases, those are all versions of ourselves, higher versions of ourselves that we only connect with through mirrors. And twin flames fits under that category as a mirror.
Yeah, in a certain way, if
So
we
the
wanted to
student in the
understand
beta
this
phase,
for other humans, we would look at it like this. But if we wanted to understand it for our higher self, we would just turn it like that.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's perfect. Yep,
Solid.
exactly. So
That's
I
solid.
love
That
that. I
means,
love that you just did
by the
that.
way, that means this
Yeah,
system works
solid.
all these ways. You actually cannot turn this image upside down. That means that this image is a perfect sphere, and the John D inside of me loves this. It loves it. Fall into the vortex, my friends. Okay, let's
It's a
continue
one
about the
size
wonderful
fits
image.
all perception map.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like it. And it has 7
The
steps
beta phase
too.
is all about
So,
expansion, and
Mm-hmm.
yes, yes, with 7 steps. However, what's interesting is that you go through the veil of truth in order to pass on to the next phase. So the dependent as the wounded, you go through a veil of truth by accepting that there is a problem, or that there is a need for this
mm-hmm,
void being filled. And then that's how you
mm-hmm,
access, the healer or the alchemist. So the truth, the veil of truth, you have to pass through it every time. And so then the student goes in and says, okay, like I'm here to learn. And they actually have multiple teachers, which is versions of themselves, that says, what brings you joy? What brings you curiosity? And then you have multiple things. And so you basically say, sayonara to the original medicine, and you're like, there's more out there. I don't need you anymore. And sometimes it can turn into a big breakup, or it usually turns into a negative thing. And if that actually happens, let's just say that we don't ever, if we phase out of something with fear and not with love, we experience the same scenario all over again, just a new teacher. And so you're in the beta phase, you learn from new teachers. From there, you actually desire to learn your own soul purpose. And so that's where you leave the beta phase and go into the omega phase. And omega to me represents creativity. It's the feminine. That's where you're like, I want to know exactly what my soul purpose is. I'm done doing all the things the teachers taught me, because that's their purpose. It's not my purpose.
Yeah.
And so those things that get you excited are clues to what your alchemy is. And so everybody is their own alchemist, right? You're given medicine from an alchemist, and then you go through these 3 phases to identify what is your medicine. So we see a lot of people who are like adopting, I'm not going to really, don't get offended, anyone who's listening to this.
or do get
But an
offended. It's just
example
you
is like,
engaging yourself, and you'll grow because of it. So feel free to get
That's
offended
right.
if you
just
would
going to
like.
trigger you.
Just say
Yeah,
how
I'm
you're
just
offended in
going
the
to take
chat so that we can talk about it, because we love
Please
you
do.
and we get
Yeah,
triggered too.
Sure,
absolutely.
yeah.
So
Yes, we
it's
do.
okay.
if if this offends you, let me know so we can talk about it. Yeah, full allowance here. So anyone who is involved in an MLM, those are people who
Mm-hmm.
are examples of like in a beta phase, where they
Sure.
feel like they're like, I'm a market partner, or I own my own business. Like, no, you don't own your own business. Are you're helping someone run their business, like,
Yep.
unless you actually are the creator of this formula and you patent it yourself, like, it's not your business. It's,
Hmm.
because
I hear
it's a
that.
side hustle.
Having said that, MLM,
Yeah,
potentially good
so, but
side
I'm
hustle,
talking about,
just
like,
you don't own a business. Really. True.
yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, if you're promoting, like, so in the beta phase there are a lot of evangelists. So these evangelists
Mm.
are like, this thing that I learned is the truth, and it's like, how did you learn it? And they're like, well, someone taught it to me. And it's like, okay, you still have
Sure.
yet to go into your omega. So once you go into the
Mm.
omega phase, basically it's like there are certain instances where you could experience certain things but not be in the life phase seen through a lens. When you see through the lens of the omega, you see everything as it is. And a lot of people in this phase practice complete atheism, and
Okay.
they're very skeptical, which is beautiful. Every single phase is honored and has its purpose. So the omega, you see things and you're just like, you call it out, you call out the bullshit. You're like, yeah, multi-level marketers, you don't own a business. Like, you're passionate about hair hair products? Okay. Where's your formula? Like, oh, it's right here. I'm selling it to you. No, where's your formula? It should
Yeah.
come from your pain. So that's a clue for anyone in the omega phase. When you're going to create something, first of all, it should be to heal yourself or to make a solution that you have discovered on your own, preferably naturally through your own pain.
Mhm.
And then once it works for you, you are your own evangelist for your own source of medicine. And
Sure.
then you start seeing if it works for other people. And then that's actually how you proclaim your truth of your pain. And this is what people call the dark night of the soul, which there are many. Let me just tell you, a lot of people who get into the spiritual world, they're like, oh, I have these dark nights of the soul. And it's like, you're going to have millions of them. Just wait,
Yeah.
especially until you get to the one that gets you. It's like the catalyst that just catapults you into this next level that, like, you
Yeah,
could not
and
even imagine
I believe
yourself.
some incredible, unique sovereign creator said that it transforms you into your own medicine. Pretty sure
Mm.
that was you.
Yes.
That is a really good saying. It is like when you recognize that the panacea you've been searching for outside was you all along. That's a certain level of liberation that isn't really like rivaled by a lot of other things. I really feel like these dark nights of the soul, really any kind of place in between the tiers that you've shown. So like in between the petals is like, if you're kind of going in between that space, you're probably having a rough time right now, right? Like you're learning something very deep about yourself that's really like potentially a catalyst for really life-shifting change.
So mentioned this on the show the other night.
Yes.
So liminal space, being able to let go of one
Mm-hmm.
monkey bar before you are able to grab onto another or even see
Sure.
where it is. That's when you find that
Mm-hmm.
your circumstances are no longer sufficient for your own highest good and for your own growth and your own healing and your own integration and whatever that is for you, your own coherence and balance, that you have to leave an old environment or circumstances, even though the new isn't there. And every moment before you get into kind of settled into the new environment, new circumstances, new friends, whatever, it's liminal space, and then psychology. And it's can be terrifying because you let go of old belief systems, but you haven't quite found new ones. But you know
No
the
doubt.
ones no longer work. So it's continually reminding yourself, having friends remind you that you're doing the right thing in liminal space, and just hang on, just keep doing you, do what you can to tune you, all the other stuff we've talked about and talk about until the next things will come synchronistically, but not because in fear we go back to the old, or in fear we stop short of what was coming to us because we just take a good option because we're out of fear. So being able to stay in that coherence, I think it makes the difference in everything.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I like to call those spaces, where we experience that fear in that separation. I like to say that three things happen between these phases. And the first one is, the separation. And then the second is observance, because we've all experienced dark nights of the soul where we're like, there's a separation. then we observe what is after we go through all the phases of grief, denial and all that stuff. And then we have to let it go. Just like you said, like drop the baggage. We can't ascend, because
and
as
not
Zach
not
turned
pick
it
it
to
up
its side,
again.
it's like floating up.
There's a quote that I got in the church. There's a quote I got in the church. So you said we had to put it down or let it go, but not, the point is also not pick it up again. And the problem with being a living sacrifice, or your life is always, you're looking to submit to your soul, or the things that have a grace level of coherence, but there's a lot of stuff in the ego that wants other things, pretty intensely at times. And so we put that on we let go of, you're going to call the sacrifice, but it's just letting go of something, and you're always being rewarded with something greater. It just may not have it right away. What is it? Like when you intentions, this intention or something greater. Like it's one of the biggest best caveats to like to like little things and mantras. Like it totally is.
Yeah, just in case I don't know what I'm talking about yet, like I'll take the thing that I really meant.
Dude, and it's always true, right? We only have so much awareness, with words. It's just the words can be the problem. But like, so in the church they say that the problem with the living sacrifice is it can get up off the altar.
Sure.
Right?
Right.
But it's always a choice.
Good point. That's a good point. However, the hardest part is releasing it with love, because it's easy for us to be like, oh, you're bad vibes. Like, get out of here. Like, I can't defend you around here.
Yeah.
Like, there's the door. Well,
you're hampering my ascension, bro.
We actually need to accept that they're part of ourselves, right? Yeah.
You're
holding me back. You're not letting me be what I'm capable of being.
It's not me. And trust me, I know, because I know you better than you. It's you, not me.
You're holding me back. Aaron, you're slowing me down, man. You're slowing me down. That's the whole thing right here. That's the whole problem, though. Yeah. I don't, like, it's funny because if you watch two other people do that at really any dimensionality of, we'll call it awakening, you watch that and you go, that's never going to work. Like, they're both just yelling at each other about the other person being wrong. There's no way they ever get to a solution. And then at many dimensionalities of yourself, or in a certain way at everybody's own dimensionality, they then do that. Even though it's very obvious that it does not work from an objective position.
Yeah, that's generational patterning. A lot of that, or upbringing, just, or what, I don't know. It could be a whole nother topic.
Well, in a certain way, I think it is in the same topic, in that it is kind of the process of coming to love yourself more and more the whole time. That as you come to that better coherence with things, you stop fighting against it and you start more like figuring out how it fits in, even though sometimes the way that it fits in is like, I'll love you, but like you're going to stay on the other side of the village. Like, I'll love you from over there. Don't come onto my side of the village. I love you right over there on the other side of the village. But I love these other people that like live at my house, and that's a totally different kind of love, and we like do a lot more stuff together,
Okay,
so you gotta.
That brings an interesting facet for love, right? I heard, I think Mark Nepo talks about this beautifully. He's just an incredibly poetic human being, and he was in a docudrama, The Power of the Heart, which I've seen, I don't know, coming up on maybe a dozen times total, and I've seen it with a lot of different people. It's a profoundly well done documentary. They incorporate the Heart Math Institute studies. They incorporate, just the dynamics on it, but it all comes down to the heart. There's actually, where'd my journal go? I'll have to find that at some point. I've got some quotes written down from there. Oh, that'll be perfect for this. When I find it, it'll be the right time. But it talks about the power of the heart, and that when we choose, when we live here in a heart and have a heart, it's not that we comprehend love, it's that we get to experience love. Which is beautiful. And there's a lot of other things like that. But then he also talks about relationships, and that in a relationship, it's something to the effect of, in an ideal relationship, that you should be able to accept the other person completely as they are, not in the ways like, if they're like drunk and abusing you, not like that, but as their weirdness, the fullness of who they are, that you should feel. And well, I guess you can't judge the other person. You should feel like you should be able to express the fullness of who you are within that relationship. If you feel like you have to hold anything of you back, whatever that is, the deeper parts of you, or we are growing and changing. And that's one of the things with like marriages, man, if you really think about it, till death do us part, and I'm going to put that in print. Like, I don't even know myself, and I'm changing all the time, man. I mean, like I said,
how can I make this agreement? I'm dumb.
Dude,
Like,
I changed huge, like leaving the church. And so that became an avenue for my wife and I to separate that actually worked out really well, right? It's all about me changing my belief system. So no, it doesn't have to be like whose fault is it and who did what in the marriage and blah, blah, blah. Like, no, that's at a core level. We have fundamental worldview changes now at this point. And so now doing that, now we have more coherence. We're actually friends and all that dynamic. But and then it was at that time too, the time that it all happened, I was realizing I wasn't able to bring all of myself into the marriage, and hadn't been for a long time, but it hit the balance point where I was no longer receiving the benefit of the mirror in myself. I remember getting to a point before we divorced, but I remember fully, clearly understanding what was projection and what was my own. Like, it was just so settling to just be able to be in those conversations or dynamics and just be so fully aware of myself. I'd spent so much time like just with myself. There's like, oh, there's just a clear difference between what the two were. That's incredibly relieving, so you don't have to wonder because you've taken that much time to know yourself.
Yeah. To like Samantha and I, clearly after her coming here for a little while, started getting the telepathy set up, because like I was literally going to chime in with exactly what she's saying here, that it actually ends up becoming more of like a metaphorical death, like a death of a version of myself, or maybe I do continue on, but it sure as hell ain't the same me. So it's a certain format of a death, and it really is that, because eventually I go through some experience that changes me enough that I'm like, we're not right together anymore. We have, completely irreconcilable worldviews at this point in time because of what I have done this way, and you were busy doing that, and I don't know where we all went wrong, but I'm like way over here and you're way over there, and I'm different, you're different, it's different, it doesn't really matter who is, too much space, like I'm not in it anymore.
George Kavasilis, I don't know if he coined the term, but I heard it on him talk about it, conscious uncoupling. So having an awareness. Now, probably the most
getting untogether with the same level of mindfulness as you get together.
So how do you do that? You maintain goals, right? If one of the goals is that we
you got to be so healthy for that. Shit. I'm not. I think I no, that's some projection shit. I was about to say I think I can do it, but I don't know about other people. That's wrong. That means I can't do it. For all the viewers, when you say that, what you really mean is I am not capable in doing it yet, so I'm going to project that out in my reality and pretend it's other people that can't do it yet, but really it's me. Apparently I'm not ready actually to be so healthy that I go through the same conscious practice that I fall in love to fall out of love. And so you got me here live on that one. Like that's a thing that I could work on for sure.
Well done, sir.
I think it should be until karma is balanced instead of until death do us part. What are your thoughts on how karma plays into your system here?
That's not a bad suggestion. I have some thoughts on what kind of prompted me to start looking at love patterns was my twin flame relationship. And I realized that there's an ascension. This is like so wacko, but like I see laws in my own patterns that love actually has its own love language in these patterns, and they ascend in these orders. Okay, so just hear me out. So
yeah, do it.
In the dependent phase, right? This express like a new experience or something, or you're sad, or it's just a new whatever. So in this phase, you are dependent on love, right? Like you need love, and it needs to be provided for you in whatever way you deem is love, And so that means that there must be a provider or the alchemist. And so if you're in a relationship and you just need to feel that love from the other person and you don't feel it, then you need to get that love from a source. Like it must happen. Otherwise, like you're toast. You're going to take it out on the other person, right? And so I think it was really helpful for me to write down. I wrote down things to my husband at the time. I said, these are the things, like when I'm hangry, when I'm like upset or whatever, I'm not upset with you. I'm just upset and I want to feel love. I want to feel loved. So I would write
Yeah,
down, can you do these things for me, please? Because that'll just make me feel better, you know? And
totally.
if
Yeah.
he couldn't supply that, it was, I was starving, right? I was starving.
Mm.
And so after I actually got the love that I was looking for, then it was a gradual ascension to the beta phase. And the beta phase love language is I give love. And so it's kind of similar.
Mm.
It reflects like, when our parents grew up and they didn't have the things that they wanted, they provided for us what they didn't have, right? And so it's
Right.
kind of this natural evolution of I want to provide for others what I couldn't have for myself, or I want to share with other people what I really loved. And so the
Mm.
beta phase is giving because they received, because their cup is full. And so the beta gives and gives and gives and gives, but they need to have someone to give to. And so if your
Mm.
spouse or significant other doesn't have the space for you, then the giver is going to feel unappreciated,
Mm.
and they're going to look for another place to give their love, whether it's to a dog or rock climbing, like Zach was
Hmm.
talking about, or whatever. You got to find things. So
Shots
in the
fired.
relationship, you need to notice. You heard that, the dog and the rock climbing. But you gotta. It's important, at least it was for me, to write down the things. Where can I pour my love when I have an abundance of it? Because if no one can take
Mm.
it, then I feel unappreciated.
Mm.
Unappreciated. And so then from there, it's a natural ascension from the beta phase. After I give and give and give, then there comes a point where you break and you're actually not receiving what you were giving, even though you didn't have in the back of your mind, I want to receive what we're like, no, I'm giving because I love to give. Like, I don't need anything in return. But there comes a point when you do, and you're empty. And in the omega phase, that's when you are, it's that kind of atheism thing, or you're like, I provide my own love. Like, I can't rely on anyone else to give me my love.
Mm.
It has to come from me. And so that in that phase, you got to understand, what things can I do to show myself self-love. And these, we must remember, it's not like we ascend from one phase next to the next phase, and then we don't ever see the other one ever again. We go through it constantly, like moment by moment by moment. So anytime I feel like I'm in this pause, or a glitch is in the matrix and I just feel weird, or I'm like, what is going on? I ask myself, where am I at? Like, with my love, like, have I felt loved? Have I given
Mm.
love to anyone else? Have I loved myself? And then
Mm.
when we go into these next phases, alpha, I didn't talk about that, but alpha is where you have enough of your own abundant self-love, like you created your own medicine and you share it with other people. And so you actually get lit by seeing other people being rewarded by what you have an abundance to give. So at this point, you're not just giving, giving, giving like the beta, and you're not just self-serving like the omega, and all of them are honorable, none of them are whatever. But
Mm.
in the alpha, you're like, alpha is like the first letter of the alphabet. It's a brand new beginning, it's a rebirth. And you're like, I have an abundance of love, and I'm going to share it with the people who are like me. This love came from my pain, and those who experience a similar pain, they're going to
Mm.
experience the similar healing that I have felt as I share this.
Hmm.
And then in the guru phase, that's where you're teaching love, where you hold space for love, where you're like, okay, you see other people for as they are. It's like, okay, that's your version of love. If I'm going to hold space for anyone, if they need love, I'm going to give it to them because I see that they're in need of medicine. If they want to give
Mm.
love, I'm going to allow them to give me love. I see them for
Hmm.
who they are. I honor them. And then when you ascend into the alchemist, that is when you are a full embodiment of love, so much so that it doesn't matter where you go, where you are. You don't even see through a lens anymore of observing people. You just are love, and people feel it. Like,
Mm.
they don't even know that they're looking
Hmm.
for it. They don't even know that they needed it, but just your presence
Mm.
alone just filled whatever void that they
Mm-hmm.
didn't even know that they had. And so it heals you from all over your body, your cells, and ultimately it's like the highest truth of the highest ascension. Your whole body becomes the medicine, so that when your body is buried into the earth, or scattered among the earth, or however your physical body is let go, your actual body is healing the literal planet Earth, like a healthy pill that you pop into
Mm-hmm.
a body that needs healing.
Absolutely. I agree totally.
Yeah.
I think that's why when you heal yourself, you heal the world, because your cells are Mother Earth cells. They're of her planet. Yeah, we're stardust, if you will. That's fine. But we're more recent history, if you will. We come from her atoms. We're of the earth. So when we heal our bodies, like the Essene Gospel of Peace, which is one of my favorite things and something I still dearly love from my church days. Actually, it's not really part of church. It's not an accepted text. But this is the best gospel anyone will ever read, because it balances out. He talks about, it goes tons into the divine feminine, to Mother Earth, and to finding harmony in our bodies with Mother Earth, about diet, about the ways that it's beyond. He talks about the Father is the Spirit, and I think that has more to do with our internal disposition. And then the Mother is the Earth, that her waters are our waters. Her blood is our blood. It's the most beautiful, balanced gospel that I've ever heard. I've wept through it many times reading through it. So absolutely, I agree.
So as Samantha is asking here, like how do we fill that back up? Like we're talking about that we need to be able to like give this love. How do we fill back up if we feel empty?
Go ahead, Bree.
Oh no, I didn't get to hear that. Sorry, I didn't get to hear that. I can hear you, Aaron, but I can't hear you, Zach.
Geez, Zach, you're ruining everything, bro.
How can you hear me now?
Okay, I heard that.
Okay, how do we refill our vessel? Or said another way, what are some of the, like, at least in my opinion, what are some of the self-love practices that you find to be most effective that people can use to kind of refill their vessel to help them love more?
Okay, I heard, what sources have I found most effective to help? What was the last part? I'm sorry.
Fill love back up so you can be overflowing.
So I can be overflowing. I can hear you. Thank you, Aaron. So I can be overflowing with love. I feel that the core of everything is what brings me joy, and I just have to keep asking myself that, because that'll always bring me back to love. Like joy and love just comes in tandem, and you just really got to know who you are. Like you just got to know what your truth is, because I think it's really easy for a lot of us in this, woke community, where it's like we got to be of service to others, and that's a yes. That's like the highest truth. However, there are so many people who are unhappy just faking it, or they just give themselves of service to others. But I feel like you got to know yourself, like truly know yourself, like what's there. And it goes down, it's so dark. Like I love like the dark, low vibrational, creepy stuff. Like I actually really, really like that kind of stuff, because that tells me a lot about who I am. And so I go really deep, and I'm like, oh yeah, like that's where I experienced whatever. Like I went psycho that day, and like what was the thing? What was the thing that had me tip over? What was my tipping point? I like to see how far I can go over. And so that to me will show me how I can spill over my love. It's a perfect mirror, just like the darkness is the perfect mirror of the light. What's my tipping point? Like, what is it? For me, one of my tipping points in, a relationship is feeling unappreciated. I'm like, oh my God. So then for me, I feel an abundance of love. I spill over when I feel appreciated. And then how can I mirror that into my world? Maybe by appreciating everything that I experience, like appreciating the relationships and the connections I have with people. Like literally, like someone comes into my DM and says, I just read what you posted, and I'm like, oh my God, like I appreciate that you read my words. Like I appreciate that I am seen. You know what I mean?
Totally.
So I
Yeah.
really do a direct reflection of the deepest, darkest, nastiest thing can really set me off. And I go back there, and then I reflect that on how do I make that into the opposite, Yeah, I gotta know your demons. I think say that that's like my answer. We all want to say love, right? We're like, love is always the answer. Well, yeah. So what's the quickest way there? Like, I don't know. My ass is like running, like I'm on fire if I know exactly what that thing is. I don't like, I'm running towards the thing I do.
Totally. Yeah. So on that, on that note, that brings an interesting story to mind. So to deep dive here into a pretty intense story of mine, if it can be, I'll flow through it. I process it through a lot. It's a beautiful story, but it's an intense subject. And it ties into love, into going to the dark places. That's all pretext. It's like, where did this come from? So when I was younger, when I was 13, I was molested, and it was something I dissociated from. It was from a neighbor where we grew up. And when I was 18, it came out in the news. Actually, this person, someone else, he had molested someone who was 13. Also, that person's older brother it was my age, and had also been molested when he was 13 by the same man. And so they went to their parents, went to the news, and it started a 1.5 year long trial process that ended with him actually pleading guilty as charged, which is the first time in Washington state history that a pedophile has ever pled guilty as charged. So it set a precedent in Washington state. So like really, there's so many stories within stories in that. And one of them is that the day that I found this out, so I was actually going to Northwest University in Kirkland, and it was my first year in Christian Bible college. And I'd really come into my own level of awakening, but within the church, from the world, if you will, just pursuing my own desires and all that stuff, to really waking up to higher levels of just my own self, happened in the church. And so when but I was going to public high school and everything, and I really fell in love with myself, with like just everything. And so I was so excited to be around other Christians. We prayed before class. It was just natural. It wasn't religious. It was like very organic, and people were passionate about, things beyond the physical, for one. And then this construct where you're learning to be more like Christ and love, etc. And so I was a part of a youth ministry there. I was one of the youth leaders, I think, at the time. And after the message, they do like I don't know, what would you call it outside of the church, like prophetic worship or spirit-led worship or music, just being very organic and led. Some people would speak, or somebody'd have a message, or somebody'd sing or whatever. And the pastor said that he felt like someone there that night, that something that was coming up to be healed, said altar calls, people come out to be prayed for, is that someone had been molested as a child, and that it was time to deal with it. Now, when I look back over the whole thing, I realized my first conscious thoughts were there for like a microsecond, of my memories, but totally right back down. Right, my first conscious thoughts that I thought were, who am I going to pray for? Like, who am I looking for? Who I'm going to help? Right, it's me, but there might be somebody else too, I guess. And so that night, I don't know if I prayed for anybody, whatever. But the next day, my mom called because it was in the news. And she said, I just want you to know that this is in the news right now. And I just want to ask you again, because she asked me at the time, or asked me before, and she's very, very calm. She's very nice. She didn't want to push me. She's very, she's just really gracious. She just said, did anything ever happen over there? And I remember stuttering out a no. It's like, no, and I knew as soon as we got off the phone, I knew she wouldn't push it anymore. I knew I could let it go. What I saw was a white hallway of doors, like in the second Matrix, but they were in the back doors and all that. And what's an interesting overlay, I realize now, was my spine, which is very fascinating. I've had different additions to this, but I saw this hallway full of doors, and each door has a label of a memory of a past life, or it could be past life too, but I guess let's say this life. Memories of places you went to, places you lived, good experiences, different dynamics. But then down around the corner, in a dimly lit, flashing bulb almost out, it's all moist and damp, and there's bolts on the door and chains, and it has the experience that happened when I was a kid, something you don't want to go to, and it's just scary. You don't want to go down there, right? And I remember in that moment that my higher self, my spirit, had cracked open the door, broken the chains, broken the locks, cracked the door open, and said, you can choose to open the door and let all the darkness out and let the light in, because that's the only way ultimately, you're going to be whole and heal. He said, or you can close the door and we'll just deal with it later. It's very kind. Like, there's something in the church that always says the Holy Spirit is a gentleman, that your own spirit, everybody's different, but in general, our spirits, I think, are more gentle with us than we are when we differentiate between our own ego telling us to be better versus our spirit or our soul, or what actually speaking and engaging with us. And I remember, like you said too, I'm like, part of me, because I waited I thought about it a little bit, but really it's like minutes, like if that. I just like, okay, why wouldn't I do that? Like, if it's going to make my life better and I've just got the guarantee it's going to come back in the future, why wouldn't I deal with it now? And I mean, little did I know, opening that started a 1.5 year process of like massive depression and just insane stuff. I went from being, I had just gotten elected like senior or freshman class president, right? I've never run for ASB, never done any of that. Like, it just happened. It was cool. It was great. It was exciting. this happens within 3 weeks. I'm sorry, I know I'm taking up a lot of mic time here, but this is a very interesting story and how a lot of the emotions correlate with different things. It was 3 weeks after sitting down with the detectives, telling them my story and whatever. And I remember at the time, I already had the right heart, the right mindset. I'm like, look, he needs to be punished for what he's done. Personally, I forgive him because I know I can't hold on to that bitterness and anger. I have no resentment, but this obviously it's continued to happen. I mean, I dissociated from it. I probably should have come before I was a kid, whatever. So it needs to be handled. But my attitude was like that. And 3 weeks later, though, I remember I was sitting for my grandma and looking in the mirror, and my entire nervous system from being that age, 13, completely embodied myself. So I was somewhat objective. I knew I was still 18 and not, 13 or whatever, but it was as if my 13-year-old self was fully present in my body, actually being allowed to be felt, to feel scared and insecure and ashamed and all the things it felt. And then I remember even in that moment, knowing it was important to allow myself to be that way. This isn't bad. This is me, And what's funny is when that started, like over time, I started going to counseling and the depression got really bad. And then there was a time, so go into a whole other story. I guess this is about love. I guess I'll just keep rolling here. We do have a long show, so I guess it's fine. During okay, so during the counseling, one of the things she brought to my awareness this metaphor, because we were talking through the practical dynamics and everything. We're trying to identify what was stolen from me, or how did this affect my life negatively, like the specifics for me, not just generalities of how sexual trauma affects people and whatever. And she said, so imagine that, imagine you're home and you come home and someone's broken into your home. You can just, the window's busted or the TV's broken or taken, or you clearly right away, something, you've been violated, something's been stolen from you. You can see what's stolen or broken. You can deal with all the emotions of that right away. But now imagine that while you're gone, at some point, someone went into your room, into the closet, into a small box that no one knows about but you, and took a few things out. And you may not have known for like months or years. Like when you are, it's devastating because you don't know who took it. It's extra violating, if you will, And so what we were looking for was what was stolen, because there's the obvious, but is there anything else? Basically, allowing my own spirit to search out. And I remember two of the frameworks that I came to at the time that were really helpful for me to process deeper levels of that trauma was seeing that I was introduced to sexuality at a young age in the wrong way, just because it was the covertness of it and the perverseness of it and the whole dynamic. And what was the other one? I remember at the time feeling like that I had been like defiled, like my purity was stolen from me, which I hadn't even thought about. I mean, because I thought being Christ in me and born again, I'm clean and all that's true, like in a spiritual truth, right? Like we're awakened now, we know how to love, we've dealt with a lot of inner work, and it's like, but the deeper stuff comes up, and sometimes it can be, well, I'm not supposed to deal with this, or what. It's like, dude, we're always dealing with stuff comes up. It's just like, yeah, oh yeah, I'm human, we're all human. Like, that's why it's nice to be able to talk about it on the show, because we've all gone through different processes. And anyway, that started a process of I started having dreams about like murdering him. I actually started to feel the anger and hatred, but I let it flow through. I wasn't judging myself for having the dreams, or like I was just processing through. I was going through the counseling, and it moved through. Like allowed myself to feel what I needed to have felt when I was 13, but I didn't get to. So now I got to feel it as an adult with the neuroplasticity in our brain, healing even the traumas of that age in the present moment.
Wow.
So I meant for that to be a semi-short
That's
tangent.
magical.
I'm like pursuing the darkness a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was man, that was an epic way of really pursuing the darkness. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. Serious. Yeah, that is, what an honor. What's that? Good.
So the picture of Aaron, Aaron towards the end of his process.
That's it. That was me that was me watching myself in the dream. But yes, let the hate flow through you. Murder him. Which is interesting to think about that. To think about that objectively, like when is it wrong to feel hate and anger? I mean, how important is it to value those things and let them pass through? Obviously, it becomes an awareness line when your hate or anger or whatever is consistently coming out on another person in a way that's, that's not helpful for them. But just the idea of being able to embody your feelings and the hate and things, but letting it flow through, grounding it into the earth, moving it through, not holding on to it or trying to operate from it. And
I agree. Yeah, that was a beautiful comment. Someone just left. Jasmine just left. Um, yeah, I feel that, when we can talk about things without it, triggering or whatever, then we know that it can be now the message that can maybe assist other people as beacon,
yeah,
perhaps for those who are not ready to talk about theirs.
and yeah, and Jasmine, I very much appreciate your comments and reading them here. Did affect my views on sexuality growing up, and I resonate about feeling like your purity was taken somehow. So what I can say absolutely with total certainty for sure, the answers are within yourself and within tribe. And a concept that we were talking about the other night, so soulmate of the moment. Whoever's in your life, that, I mean, just even the conversations we've had, and I mean all the people we're meeting and us meeting right here, and just there's people, especially now, I think the world we're living in, right? This isn't negating all the truth or stuff, but it's not giving it power either. I think that stuff's all being handled, taken care of. All of us know, probably in this group, and people listen, there's a lot of shit we've done in behind the scenes that no one knows, right? Our own prayers, our own things, all the things we've done, we know just because we know, GNO, gnosis, like internal knowing, like we know that it's actually created the realities on the earth that we're walking into. So all the stuff, all the old systems in my mind are totally falling and crumbling. They're running on battery power. The last thing they have to worry about is a consciousness conversation online. And London Real is taking the biggest hit up for all of us. And he started a whole new platform to make sure all that's getting up there. And like, so everything's great, man. We're in our own realm here. We're with tribe. If you're here, you're supposed to hear this, and we're all a part of this. And so being able to bounce these things off each other, but also there's a lot of different ways to, there are good, you can probably find good, just even these conversations, we'll put it that way, because you can't feel something you've never felt before. I do think that's pretty true. I've yet to find a real solid counter to that wouldn't be true, but I think it's pretty true. And so sometimes even hearing a story like mine, or hear a story here like Bree's or Zach's, or just even our life stories, you can feel what we felt as we tell the story, being a storyteller. But part of that's part of the listeners tuning into the story too, and then feel in your body the feeling of wholeness that I talk about as I received wholeness, and at least leave that like a spark of a feeling that you can hold that resonance, focus on that resonance, and attract that to your life, the people or the circumstances or the things that you need to find the purity and the wholeness again. Because that you're not pure, there's some level to energetic transfer, right? But you as a soul are perfectly pure. There may be traumas, it's just like trauma or anything in our body, or even bad food, right, that can hinder our vibration or our energy, but it doesn't make you impure. I think very much that we should start as people with the belief that you are perfect as you are, if seen as after the spirit, that whole dynamic, and then we're just working that out into the flesh or into the body over time. So we're all perfect, we're all wonderful, and we're all on our own journey. Just try not to hurt other people intentionally while you're at it, please.
Yeah.
Wow, I definitely
So
don't
with
hold. Are you gonna go?
Oh no, what I wanted to ask actually real quick, and it's kind of in line with this, is she doesn't hold that whole hate isn't held anymore. You're talking about letting that hate flow through you, but how do you do that in an effective way where you don't damage these other people around you?
Go ahead, Bree.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, so how do you allow the hate pass through you and not damage the people around you? Whew. I just experienced this in January. I'm actually writing about it. My book is about it.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a lot of darkness that I have worked through, and it's really tender. Um,
Sure.
Do you have a title for
Personally,
that book that you're writing about
yeah,
this?
you know what? It used to be the Divine Stripper, but
Awesome.
it still might be.
Right on.
Yeah. It still might be. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I basically, okay. When I feel a lot of hate in me, right? A lot of hate and anger and betrayal, all those things that fit in that category. Um, I'll tell you, had a lot of anger. I got thrown out of my house by my husband.
Mm,
Um, there's a lot going on between us. There was a big battle. There was a federal investigation. The United States, actually, federal government,
mm,
put an investigation on my husband, and a lot had to do with me. Like I blew the whistle on stuff that he wanted to keep secret, and it just ended up being a lot bigger than it really should have been because of
mm,
anger. And yeah, so I actually one day, this is a year about yeah, this is about 12 months after the incident, and 6 months after I actually physically moved out of the house. I was still talking to him and I was still trying to make things right, just trying to complete this karma, even though it had gone too far. And I was meditating one day, and mind you, the anger is still there, right? Because it hadn't been
mm,
resolved. I was meditating and I got this answer. I got this like piece of paper. Like there was a table of like maybe 6 or 7 people sitting around a table. They're all in suits. They're looking through a glass window. Basically, what I saw was they're looking into my life, and I was just like, oh shit, people have been watching me this whole time. Like you're caught with your pants down. And they handed me this piece of paper. I read it, and I just knew the energy of it. It said, stay away. Like, you need to stay away. And I knew what it
mm.
meant. I had to stay away from my ex-husband. And not because he was bad, it was just the connection. Like that I had to disconnect.
Mm.
And so I think that, and then literally, this is what's crazy. An hour later, I got an email from my lawyer, and she said, hey, I just decided to submit a no contact order. The military just decided to do this for you. I'm like, whoa, what are the odds? So
Cool. Yeah.
I think that, yeah, removal, separation is like the most important thing, number one, like complete separation. And I was playing with fire. I did not do that. I removed myself, but not energetically. Like I moved out of the house. I did all the
Yeah.
things to
Yeah.
disconnect,
Good distinguish.
got
Yeah.
the separation from the marriage. Yeah, but the connection was like I was still because in my mind I was thinking like I still got to make it right. So that means I still got to
Mm,
be connected with this person until I see him nodding his head and saying, we're gonna release you. I thought that that's what it meant to like release. So from all this anger, the most anger I've ever felt in my life, I proclaimed, I said to him, I said to his family, I said, I'm gonna ruin him. Like I was
mm.
angry,
Yeah.
and
Made a
I
vow.
did not remove myself from the subject in which I was angry at. And so that was killing me,
Mm,
right? So I think that removal in every sense, not just in the 3D world. Um, and it took me a while. It took me about 2 years to actually completely remove myself. And it escalated into a total removal.
yeah.
It really did.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, but I had to heal myself. So yeah, complete removal, break all the rules. Like that was when coming from a Mormon background, like I I was not like sexually literate,
Mm,
but I did the really stupid slash crazy slash brave thing. I love this.
mm,
Thank you, Willow. I did a crazy thing. I decided that I was gonna be a stripper.
mm,
So I did.
mm.
That was
And how
like
was that?
a huge no-no. Mormon family. The most exhilarating, most rebellious. Like I remember walking in there and I was like, screw it, I'm doing it. I remember I got like the coveted night shift, the weekend shift that like, all the girls want to get. Yeah. And I remember before signing up, I said, hold on a second. I was like, can I, because I'm a businesswoman, before I sign, can I just take a look around and see what I'm signing up for? And they said, nope, you're going to sign, you're going to suit up, and then we'll take you on an orientation. And I was like, what? I'd never been in a strip club before. And I just was radical. I was like, screw this. I wore red lipstick for the first time. I painted my nails right because I thought in my mind, like, strippers had to look a certain way. And I'm just like, I'm a stripper.
Right on. How'd that feel? Tell me,
I'm like
tell me how that
there,
felt.
and I'm like, oh, okay. So the feeling is, like, okay, I am being rebellious, but I need to tell myself that it's okay. So I'm like looking around at everyone, and I'm like, okay, I'm telling myself it's okay because it's just like Halloween. Yeah, it's Halloween. I'm just gonna tell myself. I had to familiarize myself with this very traumatic new experience. And then,
do it.
And then I'm thinking, like, who am I going to tell? Like who am I going to tell? I told my mom the day after I actually did
Facebook.
it.
You tell Facebook. That's where you do it. You change your picture the next day.
I know. No. Oh, so what's funny is like I ended up just doing great. I made a lot of money. Like the first night, I was just like, oh my gosh, I can, because I was like couch surfing, for like 3 months until I finally said enough is enough. I'm just gonna go make the real money so I can escalate my life faster.
Yeah.
And so I made so much money the first night. I was like, screw this other whatever I was doing. This is it. Like this is my calling. And I didn't have to do anything. Like people just loved like talking to me.
I know
and, like,
I'm not a stripper or anything, but I feel like that's got to be the stripper mantra. Like that's got to be the most common thing. The first night they make a lot of money. Oh shit, this is what I'm doing with the rest of my life.
Exactly. I found my sole purpose. So
higher self is spoken, and he speaks in Benjamins.
So yeah. So then I like got into this like new me, right? And so like this is the new me. I don't care what anyone thinks until one day my ex walks in. And I'm like, oh no, you didn't. And he's there with his buddies and he's like, you can't tell me I can't be here. And I'm like, yeah, I can. So he's like, well, if you kick me out, then I'm gonna tell everyone that you're a stripper.
Oh no. Damn.
So like yeah, so anger takes it to the next level with this guy. I just left him, and so I'm like, no, you kicked me out of your house or our house, but you kicked me out of the house. Now I'm kicking you out of my house. Get out. Like this is my house. So I'm like, I'm angry, but I'm feeling empowered. Yeah. And then he tells me, if you do this, I'm going to tell everyone. I didn't have him like manhandled. I took the high road and I said, you're going to see the door or I'm going to get a bouncer. He leaves. Yeah. And I I post all over on social media that night that I'm a stripper. I put it all out there.
Good for you.
That's how my dad found out. That's how my brother found out. That's how the rest of my family found out.
Yeah. See, and that's like, and that I totally get it. Like that to me is like being an open book. I mean, obviously you just use discretion. Things are private and personal, but in general, like, especially if that's something you're doing like most of the time during the day or whatever, but like, I mean, the show every night, right? I'm only gonna have so many outfits, by the way. My moon's in Taurus. I think it's funny you said you were a Taurus. I mean, like, it's just, there's a lot of interesting things. I find a few outfits I like that I feel like make me look like I feel like I like looking at myself in this way. They just make me feel happy. And I find a couple of them and I wear them repeatedly. So you're going to see a lot of the same outfits on the show.
Thank you for joining us for Aaron's TED Talk, where he gets rid of his insecurities about wearing the same clothes. We appreciate you being here. I also wear the same clothes, and I also have reasons. I'll spare you. Continue.
Same. I don't. That's like a Taurus thing, I think, or like an Earth sign thing. We just like we're practical, but like it's got to be hot, you know.
We got. I've been told my moon's in Taurus because my sun's in Aries and my ascendant's in Leo. But the moon Taurus thing, when somebody explained it to me in that way, that like I like there's certain things I like the things that make me feel good. It's not about having material things. Like I got a weighted blanket, dude. That shit's gonna be one of the few things I grab in a fire, right? I mean, I got things that like really make me feel good
Yeah.
and just like do I need them? No, I literally can sleep anywhere and I'm comfortable anywhere and I can travel anywher.
This is how you can tell that Aaron is in touch with his inner child, because if there was a fire, the first thing he would grab is his blankie.
I'd probably grab buns too. I got
Yeah.
my little bunny. He'd probably come
We
too.
a
I'd like
lot
I can
about
place
that
their
as
shit.
kids.
Yeah, it's true.
That's funny.
Um,
So yeah, I mean, to sum it up, it's like, hey, when you're feeling anger, isolate yourself first of all, and from the subject in which you're angry with, and
Yeah.
then go break the rules. Like go streaking or just do the most radical thing that you can possibly do, and you probably won't even have to think of it. It'll come to you and you'll say, yeah, that's it.
Totally. And like exactly I tried to get out there and try new things, especially when you get rid of old constraints. And the old constraints can just be, it doesn't have to be a relationship, your old belief systems. So if you had a belief system that was keeping you from doing something you wanted to always try or do,
Right.
for example, if you grew up in the church, you might think tarot cards and psychic readings are demonic and you're going to get demons. And like, you know what? Educate yourself a little bit more.
Quick
And then
shameless plug: if you would like to educate yourself about tarot cards and you're breaking away from the church, Zach Mortimer does phenomenal readings. You can find him at Zach Mortimer on Instagram.com or on this podcast right here. Just contact him through Facebook and we'll help you out with that wonderful tarot card reading.
Yes, sir. And so that you do, so you can try things. I mean, that was one of the things, honestly, that I promised my wife before I left. She was very concerned. She knew I was expanding my understanding, right? That and we'd read a lot of the extra biblical texts together and things. And she found her own, beauty with them. I found deeper meanings to me, code. I found a lot of code. But one of the things she made me promise or asked me to, I didn't make me. I chose because of the time of the season I was in. To me, I felt like when she asked me to promise I would never spend our money or to go get like a tarot card reading or psychic reading or those things. At the time in my life, looking objectively, I knew that was fine. So either over time is hopefully we'd be able to work through our differences and, she'd be able at least to accept me as I am because I fully loved her and I honored everything about her belief system. So when we talked today, like, she said something or something, I said that, I said, that sounds awesome. Like it was a synchronicity or something. It sounds like the Lord is looking out for you. And she's like, yeah, that's exactly, I'm like, awesome. That works for her. I get it. So, but she wasn't able to do the same with me. And so at the time it was fine. But then, oh shit, I totally lost my train of thought. Where did I start on that?
The tarot cards. Somebody
Yes.
having a belief system that limits you from doing
Okay.
something that you haven't tried
Yeah.
before but you want to do.
So she asked me to do that, and I agreed to that at the time. But one of the first things when I moved out, I set several private sessions. I set like all this stuff because it was like I was ready to do that with people I've been following for a while. I trust their abilities and skill sets, their intuition, like whatever, So yeah, do things that would be holding you back. I mean, just go try them. You may not even like it, but it's just the fact you tried it will literally turn on your DNA in a way it's never been turned on before.
Shameless
I
plug
agree.
time. If you
And
like
I feel
DNA
like,
activation, we got
for
many
someone
technologies that can
who,
help you out with that.
So go ahead, Bree.
for someone who's like came from a Mormon background, I definitely felt that. I remember doing my own like tarot reading, or for the first, not my own, but someone was doing one for me, and I just remember going down that road and the new train of thought where it's just like, oh no, is this bad? So for those
Mm-hmm.
listening, if they're like, well, what if it doesn't feel right? Like how do you know what feels right versus what you've been
Yeah.
conditioned with?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the best way to use your discernment with that for me is, do I feel like a low vibration? Like, do I feel low, like sick? Do I feel like I'm selling myself? Do I feel like I'm not honoring myself in this? Then, don't try that experience. But if there's curiosity, or if you feel a little bit of a rebellion, because like that, we know that growing up in that type of upbringing, where it's kind of a turn on to be rebellious. Like that turn on was like, oh, I can't do that, but you want to do it. So I feel like if you're feeling that, absolutely, definitely, yes, go do it. But if you're feeling like, am I trading my honor for this? Don't do it. So it's like, I think that there could be a fine line, but the discernment, if you're turned on, then you're going in the right direction.
Yeah, and turned on any level. Like if it turns your soul on in some way, shape, or form, or exhilarates you. I mean, it's like the broad spectrum of being turned on. I just found out from my grandma, like sometime in the last few years, 2 or 3 years, pretty recent, where because I always thought turned on what was like sexually turned on, right? I guess that's context to grow up with it, or whatever. So if you're turned on, that's always what you meant. My grandma used it in a context that as absolutely not sexual, and I go, Grandma, what? And she said, "Oh, it really turns me on." And like sewing, right? Really turns me on. I'm like,
Right.
oh, all right. Yeah, that's cool, Grandma. I play basketball. Basketball turns me on too.
So Willow was asking earlier in the chat that she'd like to hear everyone's thoughts on intergenerational trauma. And we were talking about the DNA and how you're talking about it's unlocking something in your DNA. What do you think the DNA, and like we have genetics passed down from our parents, and how does the trauma overflow through that? How does intergenerational trauma fall into this whole intimacy, love, relationship spectrum for us?
Do it, Bree.
Oh wow, this is fun. Okay. Well, so you're asking like, how does it pass on, like this love thing, like through generations, like this diagram?
How does your diagram apply to it? How do you feel that it applies in just the spectrum of our relationships with others and ourselves? What are your thoughts on it that intuitively come to you, really?
Oh my gosh, how come I can't hear Zach? Aaron, can you please share with me what Zach is saying?
Yeah, so the question that she's saying,
I'm
Will wants to
sorry.
hear. That's okay. We'll figure it out. It's fine. I mean, our show looks super fancy. It's not. It's just two dudes doing this on camera, and we're having a conversation with people. So we'll figure out technical difficulties. It's totally fine. So I'd love to hear everyone's thoughts on intergenerational trauma. So and it's interesting. You brought up from what you caught that you said also, how does love pass on, or how does that pass on? So it could be both sides of the coin. And in the church, you may have grown up with the terms generational curses and generational blessings. So maybe that ties in too. And you also say something really beautiful that I love. Hold on, I wrote it down from one of your videos. You said, when I look upon sin with love is how I know I'm saved. Right? Beautiful. I love that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I lost a friendship over that quote, so I appreciate that touch.
I saw that. I saw that video, and I completely understand.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's so nice to hear an echo. Okay, I need to come over here and charge my phone. I went close to my router so I could have a closer connection.
Oh, looks like closer connection might have caused a disconnection.
Connection's a little bit too close.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So Aaron, you could jump into this first, and then she can pick up after you. What do you feel are like this intergenerational trauma? How does it play in? Do you feel?
So I would jump in, but I think Bree is live. Please dive right in, Bree.
Okay.
You were giving her context, I think. She might be ready. I don't know.
I can't hear a word that Zach is saying.
Bree, speak what is ever on your heart and your mind. You go, sweetheart.
Okay. Thank you. I can hear Aaron. Okay, so perspective on generational, right? Sharing of energy. I just, that's been kind of like a big mystery for me when I'm like seeing reflections of myself in my parents and within my family. And I don't know if this applies to anyone else here, but like I feel like I'm definitely like probably the only awakened person out of my family of six. And I feel the responsibility of observing patterns and allowing it to end with me, and seeing whatever it is, whether it's like a scarcity mentality or lack, or because that's a big thing like in generational. I feel like that has come from
Totally.
trauma, because like our parents,
Mhm.
right? Haven't your parents like,
Okay,
isn't
so
that like the main thing, lack?
well, it's interesting you
Okay.
say that too. I heard recently, I forgot where I heard it, but they were talking about the science of epigenetic expression, specifically through the grandparents and even grandmothers to granddaughters. So if you think about this still is fascinating to me on so many levels, that if you're a woman, so you were actually inside of your grandmother's womb because all of your mother's eggs were developed while she was in the womb. Therefore, you were also in your grandmother's womb. Now, whatever she experiences in her vessel resonates down into the womb, into the neurology of the baby in the womb, but also into the to the eggs. So what they were seeing, like in actual practicality, but then also through just tracing it back through psychology and talk therapy or whatever, that the actual genetic expression more often, more strongly resonates with our grandparents than our parents. So a lot of times grandparents issues. So if you think a lot of our grandparents going through or coming right out of the Great Depression or grazing in the mindset of that lack, that scarcity, there's not enough to grow on. People are killing themselves, the stock market crashing and the Dust Bowl and like, all those things. So if that makes sense, it'd be in our parents, and then as a frequency inside of us, and then as we go in to do the inner work, we start to reverse engineer where that frequency come from, and then trace it back. And that's why I think the whole metaphor or reality of just in different ways to envision for meditation and things going into your own DNA, because that to me was where all the answers are. 80%, 80, they say 80% is junk DNA. That's just because they're stupid low technology tools don't see it encoding proteins. 80% of your DNA is that's where the magic is, man. That's where all the energy and the history and the things that have carried on just under the surface. And I think that's a big reason also that why Carl Jung talks about that we have to make the unconscious conscious or the subconscious conscious or whatever it is, the darkness light, because that's where all the answers are. They really are within.
I love that. I have heard that before too, about like where we connect with our grandmother because of the egg, and like that's so profound, because I can see a lot of similarities in my life, with my grandmothers.
Mm-hmm.
However, I feel like my mom is more of like a bridge,
Mm-hmm.
like our
Mm-hmm.
parents, they kind of like help us kind of meet in the middle, perhaps,
Totally.
or pass the baton, like we're running a race. Um, but yeah, I feel that with generational trauma, um, to me, I think it's just a great lesson of compassion,
Totally.
truly, because when yeah, because when we can recognize our own pain in someone who we are directly blood connected with,
Yeah.
I feel like the motivation to change is that much greater than, a relationship with someone as a twin flame, as a reflection or whatever, because, we
Yeah.
can easily just make excuses and disconnect from other people, but
Isn't
we can't disconnect from our family.
Isn't that interesting too? The whole blood
um,
is thicker than water thing. And I know that we often talk about, I mean, a lot of times um, there's soul family, right? Which can be more family than family for a lot of people. Maybe they grew up in a pretty awful family, or they just parents went around or died early, or who knows, just a situation has nothing to do with good or bad parents. But then they find family in the earth or in other people that are as if they'd been friends their whole life, as if they'd grown up together, as if, all these things. And so there's an honor in that. But when you do have physical family too, and every situation is different, but like you're saying, there's definitely a special just like I have four, actually four. I have two blood siblings. I have two other step siblings, but um, just over life to see them grow and mature and develop as people, and us to connect. And then like conversations with my mom about all the stuff coming out of church, because she would still very much call herself a Christian, and that's what her prayers are and her posts are. But she's like, I've been able to read the Essence Gospel of Peace to her, and it was really, she was crying a little bit at one point, I was crying, right? But there's being able to go through with family when it's like, once we get past our own indignation of being lied to, right, about everything, not just all the truth or stuff, but even about our own soul, man. Andrew Bartus says, and it's so true, that you are more than you've ever heard, read, or studied. That's been kept from us. We've been told that you are your job, basically. What do you do for a living is like the first thing. And it's cool now, because like we can kind of spark conversations and stuff what we're doing, because we're doing the stuff we love. But until then, it's like this ego identification. But we're all different layers and stages of that. And so to have the longevity with family, and then to, as we ascend or incend or descend, I think Lilac said yesterday, into ourselves, bring all that knowledge and awareness and love and harmony and understanding the beauty in all the religions and all the really beauty in people and their own symbol sets, as Zach says, which I love, to ultimately find self. And so then when you realize everyone's using a symbol set, the game to me becomes, instead of always figuring out my own symbol sets and what works to help me, do my thing, but for others, how can I find their symbol set? Like, how can I find humor with this person? How can I find a way to engage them that actually like makes them light up in their soul? Think about something differently, but in a way that ideally is fun, and it doesn't have to be just like truth or stuff and put them in their place. Like
Right.
just to connect with them on a soul level. It's really beautiful, especially with blood.
I love that. I want to add on to that with, because you're talking about connections with people who are like family that are not blood, and healing with them in a way that like could be assisting them to heal their own generational trauma or whatever, or our own. I have this thought that, um, you know, how whoever they are, I'd like to talk to them, but they say that we only use 10% of our brain. Whatever. That's just been said. We've heard that before, right? Um, so whether or not that's true, I'm just going to use that as like a little baseline for my story. If we use 10% of our brain and we believe that the world is a reflection of our brain, then we could just argue that everybody that I interact with, they're also only using 10% of their brain as well. I mean, granted, I may operate completely differently or on a different level intellectually as someone else, but me using 10% of my brain matches them using 10% of their brain, even though they're building airplanes and I'm just talking on a YouTube channel, like
Totally.
whatever. So in my mind, I believe that, so then if if I focus on myself instead of seeing like, oh, there's so much wrong with you, like if you could just change yourself a little bit, then the world could be a better place, or at least I would be happier, or whatever. Like if we stop
Yeah,
doing
no
that
doubt.
and 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 we say, okay, what's going on in my life that could change? I say, oh, well, why don't I just work on, my brain? Because I feel like I look at my body as my brain is the CPU and then my heart is the power source. And so I just tell myself, I just send power to the brain. And because the heart, I feel like really is like the ultimate controller, because you've got a
I
computer that
agree.
works great, but if it's not plugged into the power, you've got nothing. Yeah. So I send power, like more power. Maybe if I put more power into my brain, if I'm operating at 11%, if I can just get myself to 11%, and then I open up my eyes and look around my world and it's 1% better than it used to be, then that means other people are operating in that space as well. Everyone else is operating at 11%. And so
Yeah.
if I'm like, wow, this is actually working, then I go back inward. And if I'm operating at 12%, the rest of the world is operating at 12%. So
Yeah.
I feel like generational or not, like whether it's trauma or whatever, it's like, okay, if I'm going to get to the 11%, how do I get there? Well, I'm just going to pay attention to the things that I'm triggered by, because that's like a response to some kind of trauma, whether it's my own trauma or from my grandmother or whoever.
Mhm.
But somehow it got into my luggage and I gotta like remove it. It's not gonna help me,
Yeah, yeah.
descend into my inner self. so
So,
so I'm going to pay attention to what triggers me
mm,
and then heal that with we were talking integrating the shadow. I think Willow brought that up, I believe. Integrating our shadows when I was talking about the opposites. And so you do that like with your triggers. And then to me, I feel like when you heal that within yourself, it's just this like ripple effect or whatever. It's this shooting star that's like, I'm no longer in your familial DNA. And it's like, great, thank you for healing me and my mother and my grandmother and so on. So
so
that's
I,
my
so
little
I,
explanation of healing generational curses.
beautiful. No, very, very well said. I really appreciate your perspective on that. And maybe Zach can help me with some of the vocabulary here as I'm trying to
Thank
expand
you.
my own rhetoric on it, I guess. But so the wave you said, the shock wave or the shooting star that affects others. So to me, that's that. There's an article I've quoted twice now. I'll have to find it and pull it up. But when you speak, you affect your DNA more than anyone else's. That includes your child's DNA, includes your parents' DNA. So speaking words of love or affirmation or things for their highest good, or just speaking kind things about them, true things or whatever, literally affects not only your DNA but theirs. So if they spoke a lot of self-hate over themselves, you can speak love over them on your own in your own time, and you're actually doing it to yourself. You're helping give them through the morphogenic field of your own DNA by speaking the words with intention and connecting your heart and your emotions, because the feeling is the prayer. You can heal your family literally from afar, because everywhere you go, there you are, and there they are, because the ancestors are within us. And Willow said she felt very connected to her grandmother, even though she died before she was born. And yeah, that totally makes sense. It's in your DNA. I imagine there's people in the chat who see this that have had probably more or a lot more than maybe many people conversations in their own times, meditations, astrally, or whatever, with ancestors, because I think it's a very subconsciously or unconsciously safe interaction with us. It's interesting though, because that can go like Zach talked about, checking 3 times, or and Claudia talks about in her class too, verifying 3 times with a person, even in your imagination or astrally or whatever, that it's actually that person and who it really is, because there can be deception there too. But really, when your heart knows its resonance, when your heart has found soul fame, when your heart is talking to an answer, so you actually know deception isn't a thing. Deception, being concerned of deception, can be its own deception. Just know yourself and know what's true when you're connecting to it. And that just takes time, practice, playing with it. It really just takes time. It's not like an answer. Bree gave you beautiful descriptions. I know I have too, from my own experience. So is Zach. Because they're working for us and they're just sound interesting to us. But really, you got to find whatever works for you, and it just takes time and play with it.
Yeah, I resonate with that. Good. This is fun.
I really think
Yeah,
that
huh?
idea of play really is the big thing. Like, we try to make everything out to be a job, and we oftentimes even have like these things in spiritual community, quote unquote, doing the work and things like this. And the thing that's helped me a lot in my own work, haha, air quotes, can't see them right now, but air quotes, right? Like, is to reframe it as play and as an enjoyable, and I'm just trying things out and seeing how stuff works, and whether that's like my
Totally.
relationships, or that's a way that I'm acting right now, or a methodology of handling a situation, rather than being like, oh my god, it's super serious, I got to do it the right way. I'm like, okay, so the way I was doing it before wasn't perfect, so I'm going to try this. All right, that works these ways, doesn't work those ways. I'm going to try this. All right, that works. And trying to just play with it until I get the right result, How do you guys feel that play interfaces with really like learning about yourself?
Do it, Bree. How does play help you learn about
Oh my
yourself?
god. I knew you were gonna ask. Okay, Erin, can you rephrase the question for me?
Yeah, so how does play, or being in the mindset of playing like a child or childlike in a lot of ways, and engaging meditations or anything you do, how does that affect how you experience life? Just the concept of play.
Mm, I like that. I'm sorry, Zach. I wish I could hear you. I always love hearing how you articulate your thoughts.
No doubt,
Um,
me too.
Erin,
I
can you
am
but
getting
please
to hear him
tell
though.
her that it's not her fault? It's my
yeah.
lack of
He says it's
understanding with
not your
StreamYard.
fault, but it's his lack of understanding with StreamYard.
Again, I didn't hear that, but I will go in with
Do
my
it.
response. Okay, how does playing like a child affect my like reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just like speaking from the heart.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's that is just such a you ask really good. I love being stumped. Like I love being like, oh wow, I don't know if my
I
brain
know,
has
it's the
actually
best.
like made these like connections. It's
Totally.
good. Um, because yeah, because I love this. I love hearing what's gonna come out. I'm like, oh, what? Okay, like I'm on
Yeah.
edge about what's gonna come out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Um,
Totally.
I think about yeah, I think about what I what I needed as a child, right? Like a plant needs water, sunlight, the right room temperature. Like play gets me to neutral and becomes more receptive to solutions and new ways of making connections. I love Kala. I love that response because neutrality is where you make the best decisions. That's where you can actually take steps forward without creating karma, I believe.
Totally.
So when I go into a space, we'll talk about, yeah. So and it's like you could actually have an instant life review. I believe that if you do come in a space of neutrality, because you don't feel like you need to redo or undo anything, and you can like
Mm.
honorably stand in what you have said or done in that space of neutrality. And then you can like shoot off into bliss, and then you're like the coast is clear and you're good.
Yeah,
But
totally.
but but when I think about child like playful bliss, I think about literally what did I need as a plant. What does a plant need? What were the basic needs that I needed as a child? And some
Mhm.
of the things that like my mother did so many things, like so many amazing things, right? But I needed security. First of all, security is like the foundation of what I needed to be in a
Yep.
space to play like a child. Why?
Totally.
Because I need to know that that my toy is not going to be taken from me. I've got three other siblings, and I want the security to know it's mine. We should
Yeah.
be able to be okay with possession in play. Just play. I should be allowed
Mm.
that this is mine, that I'm going to play with it. No, for
Mm.
now. And then from there, I want to know that I have space, I have allowance. So in this secure space, I want to know that I can just go and I can like make a mess. I can be loud, I can be messy, I can play
Hmm.
with dirt, and no one's gonna yell at me. And this is my space. Yeah, I'm just gonna do whatever. I can dress up in any way that I want or whatever. And from there, I also want to know that I have variety, because this dawned on me kind of recently. I was in a very deep meditation, and I realized that the joke's on us in this world, that we've created, that the one rule that we have in this life
What is
is
it?
that we can play any game that we want. That's the only rule that we have. You can play any game that you want. And
Hmm.
what our mind does is we set up these perceived boundaries or barriers, and we hear you can only play one game,
Hmm.
right? And so we have this like massive toy box, which is the world, and the rule is you can play any game you want, and I hear I can only play one game. So as a child, to feel this freedom, to feel security and allowance, I want to feel a variety. I want to go to the toy box and be like, screw this game. Like, I don't want to just play this one game. It's not fun anymore. Like, it's not fun anymore. I want to play a new game. And so
Totally.
have the allowance to just pull all the toys out of the toy box and see which one you want to play with. Have the variety. And then you want to be able to like share it, right? After you're like you've actually made like an intimate connection with all of these new toys, and you're like, all
Yeah.
right, I'm very connected with you, and now I feel
Mm.
secure enough that I can share you, because like because you're mine, and so you
Yeah.
share your toys and you make other people happy and you feel success in that. And so you get to play with your world then, like now you're interacting back with you. And so I feel
Hmm.
if I really want to be in a playful space as a child, I got to have those hierarchy of needs, that that I have the security and the space and the allowance and the variety and the world playing back with me. So
Yeah.
so yeah, just complete
So
childlike
it's
wonder with total allowance and no boundaries.
beautiful, and it sounds like part of the hierarchy of
That
needs.
was a
Like
fun little rant.
that was beautiful, Rant. Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. Like really. So part of what you're describing is that it sounds to me like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and the first layer of the pyramid being safety or your basic needs met, like security, that you're going to be able to breathe, you're going to have your basic needs met, and up from there. And it sounds like maybe what you're saying, self-actualization, is the top of the pyramid, or the way to stay there, or live there, or not live there, like you don't integrate the others, but that neutralizing factor to be in that self-actualization is play.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I love it. I like that fits someone really important, and what they say is gospel.
Yeah,
That's
no doubt.
cool.
Yeah, right
Feel like
on,
I'm on
man.
the right track.
Dude, no, well said. I agree very much. And I think, like, for example, so with play, being able to eliminate logic or helping to eliminate things that would be illogical, because there's still things logical to a child. It's just there's no restrictions on, well, I shouldn't do this. And if I'm going to do that, I should do it this way and all the other shit, you know?
Mhm.
Like, so, like, being able to stop, pull over, I think I shared this before. So, like,
Right.
we're on a road trip and be able to stop, and we stopped, and there was a baseball field there, and could have just stopped and taken a break and gone out, stretched, and looked at the sun, had a cigarette, would have been totally content and like felt great. But there was a part of me that was like, no, let's go on the baseball field. I'm like, all right. And so go out on the baseball field, and I get on the pitcher's mound, and I haven't been on a pitcher's mound in like, geez, 15 years at least or so, and like. And so I started just really playing. I started like, narrating out loud and like actually getting the pitching positions and pretend I'm going to pick somebody out. I mean, but what was interesting, as I'm allowing myself to play and just having fun with it, and then go up in the batter's box and do the same thing and just going through the muscle movements and stuff, it was bringing up childhood memories and things that as I was playing, I could feel them being healed while I was playing, totally unexpectedly. So there's inner work by just playing. I think a lot more of that can be done than we realize. You can play any game you want. Bree Divine.
Yes. I love that.
Well done, Bree. Well done,
Oh,
Zach.
I love it. Thank you. I feel
Sophia
like I
says, I feel.
improve the
Go
I
ahead.
have with myself better. Wait, sorry. I feel like the more I improve the relationship I have with myself, the better relationship I attract. Yeah, totally. Just when you know yourself, you know what you like in other people. You're like, yeah, I like this about myself. I know myself. And then you see someone else and you're like, I know you. It's so great to be seen. It's just,
No doubt.
we all
Here,
deserve that. We all deserve to be
here's
seen. And if we don't feel seen, and unfortunately, it's the harsh truth, where people are like, "Oh, I'm lonely. Or I'm not attracting the right person." The harsh truth is like, you don't know yourself, dude. Like,
I
I
think,
hate to
and
break
you
it to you, but no one's
said,
gonna hand you this. Um,
it's true.
you think what?
I think, so okay, Sophia says, I'm only now repairing the relationship that I have with myself, and it's been healing a whole lot. Beautiful. And I think, and Bree said it too, to be seen. That's something I've been thinking about, like, I mean, from time to time, I
Yeah.
ponder on what true love actually is. Like, who doesn't, I guess, but like, one of the things I've been thinking about for a paradigm of that, and this is cross, any type of relationship or human relationship, I guess, well, even non-human, but, um, if we're going to contextualize it in a some type of let's say in the moment relationship, could be a friendship, could be a business partnership, doesn't have to be sensual or sexual or whatever, but that there's in that moment an expectation or a presence of self, and if depending on how much presence is in the person, you're able to see each other, not just the things we do and the all the 3D stuff and all whatever, but the soul stuff, but also the 3D stuff, to being able to honor their avatars upbringing, right, their cultural appropriation, their differences, and that to honor their differences, not focus on their differences, but to find the places that you guys can be present and see and be seen by one another. And that um it seems to me the times I've felt the most loved are when I'm seen, when someone's able to express or articulate something that either I have thought about myself, but I just no one's said it quite like that, or something maybe you've never seen about yourself in that way, and someone sees you, they perceive you, and then to have that with another person ongoing over time where like it doesn't end. You keep seeing each other and then you work through the other issues and whatever over time. That's a millions of nuanced things. But at a core level, like it seems like love continues to go deeper when you see each other at deeper levels.
I love that.
Kala says, do you feel like connection to your
feel
inner child allows you more of an allowance to play or express yourself in play activities, or could inhibit your expression? Go ahead, Bree.
Okay. That's great. I like that there's contrast in this question. Well, it's funny is that because we're talking about inner child, right? I feel like whenever I bring in inner child in context, it's usually like in a space of healing. And so I want to just make sure I'm answering this in the right context. Connection to inner child, because I feel that how Jesus says that you're playing this yesterday. Alan Watts says that to enter heaven you need to be as a child. That's what Jesus says.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel that the more that we are so connected with our inner child, like with our inner healing, then it's just it's like this like suit. We're just in this suit and we're just gonna take it off and we are the child. So the more that we actually embody the child versus I'm separate from the child and I'm just gonna tap into my inner child, I feel that that's when you actually have more abundance of opportunities to be in play and self-expression. Because for me, when I decided to just like go in and be a stripper, I didn't, to me that was play because I was feeling rebellious. It was just like, screw it. I'm not gonna tell anyone. It's just gonna be a one night thing. If it works, it works. And I'll do it and then probably tell people. But if it doesn't work, I'm not gonna tell a soul.
Totally.
Like whatever.
Yeah.
So I didn't have to like.
But then you found the calling of your higher self.
My inner child. Yeah, and then and then the world found out. It got out, but to me that was play, and so I feel like if we can see the play in everything, especially like the big scary thing, then we allow ourselves to step in as the child, because the child is what's going to get you there. That the child is what brings you to heaven, or you actually realize you are heaven when you realize there's nothing to be afraid of. I'm stepping into the strip club. A child has no place in the strip club. However, but my child, who I am, the playful, accepting, curious, like that to me is yes. And she actually asked, does it inhibit the inner child? Does it inhibit experience? And it can. And so I feel that's where we were talking about triggers in the mind. That's the inner child that's saying like, oh, this wasn't received. I wasn't heard. I wasn't seen. Back then, when I was just a little seed. So. Yeah, I feel like if we are the child, then we're gonna have more opportunities for play.
Yeah, totally beautiful. And she said, Willow says,
I love that. Thank you, Willow. That's so cool.
So Willow says, yes, it's always amazing to me when someone articulates thoughts that I've had, but couldn't fit it into words. No, that's no problem. We'll figure it out, Bree. It's a funny, weird little disconnection thing. We're making it work, though. It's working all right. Don't worry about it. You are Bree Divine, and you can play any game you want.
I'm just playing here. Yeah, we're all just playing. I do, in case anyone's wondering, with the Bree Divine, the name was actually given to me because I chose the name Divine in the strip club. So my stage name is Divine, was Divine, and people would be like, well, what's your real name? I'm like, that's my real name. And they're like, no, it's not. Your name's not Divine. Like, yeah, it is. And, I was convinced. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I'm divine, because that was my mantra. I am divine. And so I said it like every night. I said it to everyone. And then people just started calling me Divine. And then you know, people who I look up to, they said, you know, when we go through our awakening, it's like, oh, I'm Jesus, or oh, I'm Buddha, or oh, I'm
or Saint Germain's a
Shakti,
big one,
or
apparently.
whatever.
Yeah.
What's the one?
Saint Germain, I guess, is a big one for a lot of people. Apparently, he's pretty fractaled out, man, because everybody's Saint Germain.
Oh, got it. Yeah. People are either waking up as Saint Germain or Jesus right now. And you know, I awakened as Jesus. I thought, I'm like, oh wow, like I'm Jesus, you know, having this like enlightenment. However, I chose divine because I'm Bree. You know, like I am so honored to be Bree. I honor Jesus. I honor, you know, if that is the highest truth, that my lifetimes and however, you know, Jesus, because I believe that the second awakening is that you know, the Christ light within us, that we know who we are, right? Because
100%.
Christ
Yep.
light is, that's just part of the awakening, I believe, right? And you recognize it and you're like, oh, so you embody it, like you see yourself, you see your reflection. I'm Jesus, and you're convinced that you're Jesus, which is great. However, I'm Bree, okay? I'm not Jesus. I'm Bree. And so
Well done.
I give honor to Bree. Bree did this, right? Bree did
Beautiful.
this.
Absolutely.
Bree
100%. 100
awakened
fucking
herself
percent.
in the
Absolutely.
world.
100 fucking
And,
percent, Bree.
you know,
Yeah.
yeah. And I could also put a halo on Bree, even though Bree didn't walk on water. Bree didn't turn water into wine.
Yet.
Bree didn't, you know, raise the dead. Like Bree
Yet.
wasn't crucified on a cross and came to life 3 days later.
Hopefully not yet.
However, Bree is just divine. Bree is divine. So Bree has her own halo and is writing her own story and is changing the script. Bree is going down in history in true, like a true biblical recording, because she's writing it herself. I'm literally writing my own truth so that it is not adulterated, and it is to heal myself and heal others and generations, for people to see themselves and their reflection and who they are as they are divine. So, you know, it's my vision to be a leader in this, you know, awakening, as people are these baby sprouts and they're awakening, and I'm like, yes, come come see yourself, right? Come see yourself and who you are, and add divine to it. You know, you're not Jesus. Don't fall for that trap. Don't fall for it. You are not Saint Germain. Don't. Someone said this. I love it when I go on rants. Someone said this I saw recently. I think it was Feel Good. He said something along those lines of, you know, Shakti or Shiva or whatever. He's like, or ISIS. He's like, oh, every woman now is ISIS, and he's like ISIS is just trying to live through you. Like, are you selling your vessel for ISIS to come through you? Because ISIS is dead. like be you. And so it's like, okay, so why would I surrender my voice, my truth, so that I can just like go and like carry on someone else's legacy through me? Like, no. This is the Bree Divine show. This is not the Jesus or the ISIS show. This is my truth.
Yeah, man.
I need to stand in that and not surrender it to like what we've been taught is like ancient, you know, ancient script, like holy script, like, oh, what's written in Sanskrit is the, you know, it's going to live forever. It's like, well, if you want to join a religion, why don't you just go do that? Because that's basically what you're doing, surrender your vote to something that was supposed to be just a stepping stone. You know, like Jesus, what he did for us was a stepping stone so that we can come into who we are. What's this? You might be sexy, but you're not Jesus. Yes.
Well done, Zach. Wow,
I want to see a might be divine, but you're not Bree Divine. I want to see that.
Dude, that looks like he's pouring some Calvary essential oils all over him there.
I want everybody to know their divine power. You know, it's Aaron Divine, it's Zach Divine, or whatever divinity you resonate with. Like, that's who you are. So yeah.
I love
everything
what you're
else
saying.
is a stepping stone. All of that, if just let it go.
So I think all that. So it's interesting. So I agree. I totally agree. And I think so. As we have epigenetic activations, right? I've definitely very much growing up in the church and other dynamics very much have resonated with Jesus, right? But even in the church, I feel like I learned it's Christ in you, it's you in Christ, it's you. It's you, right? Some Christians like they're do things, they pray for people, someone gets healed. Like I've seen a
Yeah.
lot of that shit, like the spirit and energy healing. That's been real to me for a very long time. And I've just now found the science that just helps my little ego feel extra okay about what our actual experience has been this whole lifetime, right? Funny how that works. Oh shoot,
Right.
I gotta figure out my wiring issue. But oh shoot, I lost train of thought again. Zach.
I don't got you on that one, man. I'm sorry, I don't got you.
Church Jesus, got it. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Your picture, your very funny and a very irreverent picture just reminded me. Thanks. So, as we activate those things, so I feel that activate inside our DNA. If you activate or feel you resonate and have an activation, if you will, with Isis or with Saint Germain or those different things, it's kind of like anything else. Like try it on, take what resonates, helps heals your DNA, resonate with you, incorporate the different epigenetic expressions that are in resonant with the archetypes that are those people with actual aspects of our own DNA, but it's still you. I'm still Aaron Michael Kessler, and I love Aaron Michael
Right.
Kessler. I've learned to love Aaron Michael Kessler because he's the avatar that I am in for, the foreseeable understanding of this experience here on Earth. So love the one you're with, and that's you everywhere you go.
Right. Yeah. I love that. Love the one you're with. I feel like, in the spiritual community sometimes like we kind of like the bypass or the escapism or being in servitude where we're like, well, I'm in servitude. I'm Mary Magdalene reincarnated. It's like, no, 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 stop. Own, like you said, love the
Yeah,
one you're with. Be you. There's only
yeah.
one of you.
And to be fair,
Be
there's a
you.
lot. I mean, because of cultural and conditioning, a lot of us have grown up not knowing that it's okay to love ourselves. Things we think it's narcissistic to stare in the mirror and put affirmations on the mirror
Yeah.
and I am statements about yourself. And it's like that's just programming. That's not true. You're just trying to find your own resonance. It's not like affirmations, for me at least, have always changed over time. I look back on them with fond memories of how it affected me then, but there's not many things that I used months ago that I still use now. There's things that's constantly changing over because it's creating new levels of novelty and epigenetic expression and self-awareness. So when you look in the mirror, you can really love yourself across every lifetime, but especially this one. To find ways to love and honor and see how your vessel here is in coherence with whatever it is you're here to do. And it's just, I think, the pain and the trauma and the projections that we receive as identities that keep us from loving ourselves. Because you're beautiful, man. Every one of you are so beautiful. And you got to
Hmm.
see it in you first. You can hear it like this and like kind of believe it or whatever. But like really go in the mirror and believe that shit. Like figure that shit out, man. Because you're worth seeing. And eye contact can be a great one for that. Just holding your own old eye
Yeah. Well,
contact in
I
the
feel
mirror
like,
sober. Go ahead, Bree.
well, the churches do really good at rooting us like with literally in our root chakra, because like that is where we have our first self-acceptance of our own intimacy. So I feel like they get like immediately like with shame, um, and we're taught that love means you have to change yourself in or fit in a way to be accepted or planted or rooted. And if you don't plug into that, then you can't be loved. So at least
Before
that's how I feel. Like with the churches, they immediately uproot us from our root. What is this? You might be divine. Wow.
you did it, Zach the Wizard.
That's
Tarot cards and
you did
Photoshop
it.
memes.
You did it.
Well done, sir.
That- I mean, totally topless. I don't know about that. It's a little too
That's what you
gay.
have a concern with? You're a stripper. That's what you have a concern with? The guy's pouring blood on himself. That's not the problem. He has a crown hat, thorns. I would pass on
Yeah.
that. That's funny. Yeah, yeah. Oh no, I won't get into it. Crucifixion is a gruesome thing you learn very thoroughly about in the church, but yeah, another conversation for another time. So, it's interesting. So even in
Yeah.
the church, like,
That's for the midnight hour.
yeah, oh, hey, no, once we hit midnight, maybe no holds barred, and we'll just talk about we'll talk shit about the church. No, we can't do that. It'd be real experiences. All right, so people in the church even. So it was interesting. So you find people healing people. This is what I was getting to before, a part of it, that heal people or whatever, and you'd be like, wow, you healed that person. I'm like, no, it wasn't me, it was Jesus, or it was the Holy Spirit, or it was the Lord. And it's like, and on one hand, I get the dynamic. So it's like, I tried to, this is a conversation I had with my dad a lot. We agreed to disagree on a lot of the fundamental Christian dynamics. And so if you're bringing a medicine to someone out in the jungle, right? You travel days and you show up there, and you're just covered in scratches and mud, and like clearly you went to a lot of effort to deliver the medicine, right? And the people say, thank you so much, let's feed you a meal, like you delivered us this medicine, and they're like, and you're like, oh no, it's not me, it was my dad who he made it. And they're like, yeah, but you brought it here. I was, no, but it was my dad though. It was my, make sure okay, I'll eat your food, but make sure it was my dad. It's like, dude, chill out, man. They're honoring you because you're in a body and you did the work. So if you're listening to this, all of us, we came to Earth, we've done the work, we're here. Honor yourself for that. Don't give all the credit away. Well, that's Isis and me, and that's Jesus and me, and that's not me. Dude, it's fucking you, man. Honor the fact that you've learned to love yourself, and honor that you've done your work and you genuinely love people and you have genuinely beautiful, unique expressions and experiences. It's fucking you. Own that shit. In my opinion. Long silence. Technical difficulties.
Okay, so
Aaron
Bree
monologues and
had
Zach
messaged me.
returns.
No, I'm back here. So Bree had messaged me. She said that her connection's getting worse for some reason. She lives right in the middle of Las Vegas in a pretty dense area, so who knows, and probably like a metal framed building, and technical difficulties of the world. So she might be gone for the night. If you guys want to find her, she is Bree__Larson on Instagram. She does all kinds of various stuff. You can follow her on Instagram and find out about all of that.
She comes up with great quotes too. Like, you can play any game you want, Bree Divine. She's got on Instagram. I was going through her stuff today trying to play catch up on guests we're going to have on the show, which is cool because then you actually get to know them a little bit, and like some things they've said. Like, she's got some cool shit she said, like her own expressions. She said one that I was going to bring up at some point. But one of her videos, she's like, look, I'm not here to get more followers. I'm not here for social media dynamics. I'm just here to fucking express myself. Fuck yeah, man. Right on. I mean, that's where all of us have our own expression, and it's not. We're in a transition age where, yes, there's a need for finding a way to make money at the thing you love, ideally, unless you're financed in some way that somebody loves your paintings and they pay you a salary or whatever. Just make paintings. Great, good for you.
Sure.
But to not, I think it's time that we, if we haven't already, been really embodying and envisioning the paradigms where it's not about the money. The money will come. Money's just an exchange of energy. If you're following your true heart's desire, you're seated in yourself, you're in joy, envisioning things that you are going to walk into in your life, whatever that looks like, the money will come. It doesn't matter. So don't let that hamper your expectation of what you think you can have in this life. And that's not material things. It's like at a soul level, like what would make you feel the most free from any type of identity, any type of bondage, any type of expectation, what you should or shouldn't do. What would you need to do in your life, or what steps can you take one at a time to be more free than you were the day before or the moment before, I guess. Happens a lot.
Yeah. It's kind of like a baby steps thing. And I mean, we say this with the colloquialism, like a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. But sometimes to realize that even that single step is really in the beginning a very much so a baby step. Sometimes it's not like I'm going to go get a new job or something. Sometimes it looks like, I'm going to start thinking about what I would really rather be doing, and I'm going to do that in some kind of focused manner, or I'm just going to start engaging in more self-love practices so that I can put myself in a place where I really do choose the kinds of things that are actually good for me, or something that's like actually much smaller than what the end goal is, and allow yourself to kind of build on top of some kind of momentum. And like when you start a snowball rolling down a hill, it might be gigantic at the end, but it starts with a little snowball that fits in your hand. You know what I mean? So you got to do the easier work first, rather than trying to just, if you focus on that end goal, it seems an insurmountable task a lot of the time.
Yeah, totally. And I think as a side note, I think your audio is fine. I think it was just I don't yeah, it might have been her location or it was something to have her try to use on her Wi-Fi. I do this. I literally do this from a hotspot on my phone, and I'm in the city. There's 4G, whatever, and I don't have any problems. It might be easier on her phone or whatever. But I always heard your audio just fine, so I think it was something on her end.
Yeah, yeah, I know it's not my audio. If I had my intuitive guess is that she has a metal framing to her building and it's
Oh,
just like
really?
trashing the Wi-Fi connections and stuff. This will happen sometimes, and
Oh,
really like video chatting uses a lot more bandwidth than people usually use for stuff that they do when they do stuff on the
right.
computer, especially if you got other incoming video feeds and da 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 da. So technical difficulties, they're a thing.
So
They happen.
Munchies with Mellow, great name, by the way. Not always a giant leap of faith. Even a baby step is a step forward. There's a verse in the Bible that says, "Do not despise small beginnings." One interesting statement, because a lot of times we don't just think, oh, it was a baby step. We literally despise it. Well, I don't want to do that, or I've only done this. We despise the fact that we either have to take baby steps or that we've only taken baby steps. But really, not just don't despise it, like really honor it. Let that be an excitement. Let every first step be a tithe or a 10% or the first fruits, which they would do through many traditions. This isn't just a Bible thing, it's actually agriculture and ways to till the land and honor the land. And I think they talk about in the different texts, they wouldn't even plant soil the first year or something, then they wouldn't reap a harvest for like 4 years, and then they let it rest every 7 years. Like I mean, it's all code and numbers too, but there's a lot of agriculture dynamics in there. But when they would tithe, they'd take the first fruit. So the way I've always tithed, for me, tithing, even in the church, I learned you plant seeds or you sow seed or you give a portion of your income, whatever it means to you. This is a spiritual law or whatever, if you want to call it. It definitely works. Not as a specific number, but the principle that you give to those who are feeding you or who are feeding others in some way. So not necessarily just the pastor or the church. Like there's a lot of different random ministries all over online that I found that have fed me a lot of times more than a church I went to at a time. So I would give
Sure.
a portion or percentage of my income to that thing for that season. There's people I follow on Patreon that changes, every so many months or a year or two. Like I change kind of if someone's not feeding me so much anymore or whatever, I'll switch that to go into something that is actually feeding me as a being in my soul or helping me progress even practically in life or whatnot. You know?
Sure. Yeah, yeah, you got it. Motion forward is better than no motion at all. And I find a lot of times when we focus on like the next thing needing to be a big motion, we end up doing no motion at all, and that's not so good for you. That's for sure.
Jasmine says I'm game for some blasphemy.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of blasphemy personally. I've been on the sovereignty, be your own God for a long time with that
Hey,
thing.
look,
So
man. I know a lot about church history. There's not much you can say to me that there's nothing you could say to me that would offend me or I think is off topic. Please, I could probably expand on it with some text to make it even funnier. So yeah, if you guys want to throw stuff out or go down that rabbit hole, that's fun. It's a fun hole to go through as that
the
comes up.
blasphemy rabbit hole is a fun hole to go through. That's kind of a weird thing to say. There's like a meme out there that I can probably find it pretty quick. But the basic gist of it is if you're not doing something that they would have burned you at the stake for, are you really even like living your life? You know?
Right, right. Well, that's interesting because it's like yeah. It's hard. We got to pick an aspect because the aspects are funny because it's like there's a counterbalance to everything. There are beautiful sides of the church, but there are like okay, here's something that's interesting. I guess call it blasphemy. To me, it's facts. Just makes sense.
Hmm.
So everything outside of praying to the Father or Jesus or the Holy Spirit is praying to an external entity that is likely some form of fallen angel or the angelology chart that you sent over that we could talk about at some point, the different hierarchies of angels and angelology. There's 9 laid out just in the biblical text alone, but there's all sorts of entities and different level beings and principalities and all that
Well,
kind
if
of
we
shit.
want to talk about some blasphemy, actually, it's a really good time to bring up this chart, as a matter of
All
fact,
right, do
because
it.
in a lot of cases, I think that basically people's conceptual and like we suddenly kind of this might think that this is different than relationships and all this stuff. It's not. Your relationship with God is your relationship with yourself, is your relationship with other people. Your concept of God is your concept of yourself, is your concept of other people. Our self love sets the limit for our perspective of reality. And that's what you see God to be, what you see your possibilities to be, what you see your relationships to be, what you see yourself to be. It's all the same thing. It's always and always, and how we do anything is how we do everything. So
Totally.
they're all the same thing. So now we're going to talk about how, in a quick blasphemy turn, how basically the God that you've been sold is false, and you can figure out how to become it. So, it's a good system. It's a great system. I love religion. I want every religion in the world and all the religion naysayers out there to know that I probably like their religion more than they do. I'm a
No
huge
doubt.
supporter of religion because it is actually a very functional way to get from one place to another. And
Yes, it is.
but if you dive into this story and you believe that this reality is real and that there is a man in the sky that is going to save you, or really anybody else that is going to save you, you probably have a thing. I'm not going to judge it, but there's a thing there happening, right? And you could look at
What a
it and
way to
maybe
go
you
from
would
like an
learn
eloquent,
something.
what a way to
It
go from
seems
like
that way.
an very eloquent like insults, but trying to do it in a way that's softening the blow. And you just totally give in and go, you probably have a thing.
Yeah. Well,
I'll just lighten up a little bit. You probably have a thing.
I wasn't really trying to soften the blow. It's not actually a very hard blow. They're good.
Yeah,
So this interesting.
they're
You're
all
not going to
good.
be able to read this very good because if I zoom it in all the way, it's probably well, maybe. So showing here, we
Do it.
oftentimes think about like angels and archangels as maybe even being gods themselves. The interface of a whole lot of the angels and archangels, as far as like if you take their story and then you pull them over into other esoteric cultures or other belief systems, oftentimes they are in fact actually recognized as lesser gods or lower deities or something like that. And really, we can see a whole lot of these kinds of things in here. This idea of the principality, really most people's concept of God, if they come from a very standard Western religion and they haven't taken time to dig into it themselves, is basically a principality because it's the thing that the angels and the archangels answer to. If you really take the time to dig into Christianity, a principality is more like a saint. Really, like a saint takes care of these things, and the angels kind of talk through him, and in ways like any one of these realms do a lot of interfacing with one another. But a lot of times our conceptualization of God is one of these principalities where it says princes of the lowest triad assigned to care and guard communities, kingdoms, states, and parishes. They're associated with transitions in power. Very much so a lot of the way that we perceive God inside of Western religions is that it cares for the world, the Garden of Eden, or what it has turned into, and maybe the apocalyptic catastrophe that we've turned it into since we sprung forth from Adam's rib, supposedly. But he's always looking over that thing and cares for that thing, even inside of their own type of system. That's not really God. But that's kind of the God that gets sold to basically everybody in the first place. So it's interesting that with that if I zoom out on this image actually goes up to 9 different tiers here, and technically
Yeah,
God
seraphim,
sits
cherubim,
off
so
of
on.
the chart, right? So
Yeah.
seraphim sit beneath God. In fact, it even says right here at the very top that seraphim and the others in the first triad contemplate and adore God directly, which insinuates that actual God is not even actually on this list. And God that you were sold was way down here at the top of the third triad that interacts and serves humanity closely. This is what makes you think that God thought that he needed to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. He didn't do that because that would be a principality, because they would be the top of the echelon that served humanity closely and interacted with them. This
Well,
is not
it's
true.
interesting.
That's not God.
So it's interesting on that dynamic that so I found. So for me, initially, for a while, I was finding the codes within the church and within the text to ultimately lead me through and to the universality, really, of really all things, is all itself. But in that dynamic, so with the when the angel of the Lord in the book of Exodus, when there's it says that the Lord sent the last night and he killed all the firstborn of Egypt. There's a great movie that does this whole story, The Prince of Egypt, that came out in like 99 or 2000. It was a Pixar movie or something. Beautiful. I watch it a lot. Actually, one of my biggest awakenings happened in that movie during the burning bush sequence, where Val Kilmer was the voice of God to Moses. But the animation and the score, it took my soul to a place it had never been before in this life. I mean, it was one of the huge dynamics. Anyway, so but so when he says he said that the Lord's going to kill all the firstborn, and then in one verse though it says, but he then sends the angel of death. But then in another verse he comes in and he claims and he says, I came in and I killed the Lord. The angel of the Lord came in and killed them all. So there's a lot of overlap, or times that he, it seems in the text, that he will, even in the beginning, right? So Bereshit bara et Elohim hashamayim haaretz. In the beginning, God's Elohim created the heavens and the earth, or this heaven, if you will, if you want to see it in that framework. If if we're going to try to parallel this to potentially actually history in some sense, or at least archetypally and metaphorically. When you hear about it, God created the heavens and the earth. But you've seen the other texts too, where he actually, in the non-commodity texts and the some of the extra biblical texts, that he charged the angels even to make Adam's body, the original body. So charging other angels to actually do the work and come in, but him taking credit for, in a sense, through his underlings, which it makes sense. Like the United States took out this. Was it really? No, it was probably a general and some troops and whatever, but it was Donald Trump or whoever signed the order, that gets credit in that way. So it's interesting what you're saying in this layout, because obviously it's true. Like the way you're describing it, I can see exactly how that is true. What's also true is the framework that the church is built around this structure, because in the etherical realms, all these levels do exist below the system construct, Yahweh God, that runs that internal universe. So to me, that
basically all of these are kind of the hands of what inside of esoterics we call an egregor, which is basically, you could understand it as an octopus. God is the head, and these are all of God's tentacles. And in a certain way, we and the planets are, as a byproduct, also God's tentacles in the way. But this is just a way of understanding it, right? Like it has connectivity to a central hub of consciousness, which is what we understand as collective consciousness. That's why we do all the God crossover. God at the highest level is just connected consciousness. And that's why we have we are God, but God is also everything that's not us, but God is everything at the same time, but we're not everything at the same. Like, this is all this big confusion of God extending itself through everything and really actually being everything, experiencing itself. But we have many, many different tiers of dimensionalities, and there's fucking literally like 1,000 systems out there for what are the dimensions of the reality. Their bodies, their angels, their everything.
And so, with the way that I see it, I mean, there's many ways to see it. One of the ways that I see it is it's its own construct. So that George Cavazos actually lays out a really good diagram, I think, of this, showing the synthetic universe, if you will, or the patriarchal universe within the God, which is also Allah, which is also just the Abrahamic religions, the main entity, or fifth, sixth dimensional entity, that if you look just through the text, that in astrotheology, that the gods are always vying for the control of men, but through men. Men had to do the actions to actually allow the anchor points for the gods to do anything. For any etherical thing to have its agenda, it has to have submission through something in the physical, because that's what anchors it into a 3D linear, I don't know, coherent reality or some shit, and then it expands back out from there. But us being here in bodies just have that ability. I mean, that's why everything we do, every thought we think, literally changes the world. I mean, that's why I was satisfied going through this marriage that wasn't ideal. It's not like the most beautiful, satisfying marriage, amazing, as anything but, in a lot of ways, between two people. But between me, I found all of that so thoroughly inside of me, right? And all these other things I was doing, and realizing the awakening I was having in myself. I could see how that was changing the world. I got it. I knew deep in my soul. So by the time I was done with that, me and my wife or ex-wife are like really good friends. And like, I'm just satisfied. I'm satisfied with I can go home. Like, now we're doing the podcast. Honestly, hey, 100% reason to live every day. Cool.
Sure. Like, yeah, that's one thing. One thing I posted a while back on like Instagram after I had gone through some trauma myself, and I was just kind of expressing it. And I was like, the whole concept of this video is like basically like it's okay when our dreams die, because we just make new ones. And once we made the new one, we're like consumed. Like if we have that one thing that we want in the day, we're like, yeah, whatever. Like that other shit happened, but this thing.
That's where a lot of people, I think, feel with relationships too, and fair enough, man. Who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want someone that you can come home to or be at home with, and your soul feels at rest with? There's more things that you add to each other's life than are contentions between you, and like, who doesn't want that? But
why not?
That starts with you, and you being satisfied with you coming home to a house with no one, and if I get it. For me, physical touch is a big deal. So like me and my wife, she wasn't a cuddler. There were trauma issues. We didn't, I mean, we hard, most of the physical contact was me kidding her to sleep a lot of nights and stuff. And which is like using your fingernails to lightly scratch somebody's back. and move around. Her grandma did it for her and called it kittying, and so it was something that was really soothing. Or she let me read to her at night or things. But like,
I had a girlfriend that was all about that. The fingernail scratching on the back. Like if you did that, you were in. That's all it took.
You see what's so funny, man? Dude, I know we've talked about this, but this was like a sexless marriage for like 6 years, right? So it was more so it changed the symbol set or the game for me in a sense. I'm doing my own work, but I can only meet her at the level she's able to meet me. So how can I find ways to honor her, to love her, to draw out the beauty from inside of her?
Sure.
You know, and so like being able to read to her at night or kitty her, I mean, it was very soul connecting for me also. I'm not to the level that this avatar, at least this, whatever, very physical touch is very important for me. Even like you and I, like we're definitely I'll come down there soon. I'll figure out my schedule here shortly. Just it's going to amplify everything, the physical connection, just even in friends or just, the physical connection, that dynamic, especially for me. There's truth in that objectively, but, so it's interesting because I feel like there's times we can go through, it's finding your own balance. So I know that I can't, in my belief system in the marriage and that dynamic, is that I wasn't going to have an affair and I wasn't going to cheat on her. I wasn't going to have an emotional affair. Like I wasn't on Facebook for like, I don't know, 7 years or something really. And 6, 7 years. And, but it was fine. I decided to dive into myself and dive into her and whatever that way that meant, to really understand her, to know her as I'm learning to know myself, and find ways to come into some form of harmonic resonance with her to help her like flower on whatever level was possible at any given moment, and so I was able to make a conscious choice to shut down the part of me that needed that. Now, the ironic or the hidden blessing in that, if you will, is that I was massively cycling my energy, right? Because I'm not masturbating, I'm not looking at porn, I'm not having an affair. Like those are what in my belief system, those were definitely wrong in this context. And I was in whatever. So that's where all this like massive neurogenesis is happening all the time, and all this self-growth and all this incredible stuff. So the funny thing in that, I mean, because the psychologists I've talked to at times, they're just amazed that we've been in this marriage this long, and they've asked some questions and some of the dynamics.
Sure.
And I can see that on one level. At the same time, I found such a place of internal coherence and beauty continually every day. I was so excited just to experience the next day and the things I was understanding about myself and life, and every day, even though a lot of it was routine with her, just because the lifestyles that we'd created or whatever. I literally was full of love for her every day when I came home, genuinely, and like, so even in places of captivity, if you will, bound in a marriage, in a belief system that says it's wrong to get a divorce and like all this stuff, you can find beautiful internal coherent places, and then when the right time for that season to move on, it'll just happen at the right time. All of it happened in the right way at the right time. Not like it was beautiful, it's great. It was insanely traumatic the night I left. Right. But it was over a long period of time trying to talk to her about separation. And like, there's a long period of time. We went to a counselor just to talk about separation because she couldn't even talk about it. And it just, when it came down the actual night, was super intense. But anyway, when it's the right time, I knew every step along the way. I just knew if that reality were to come, always trying to work, that we'd be able to find coherence and be able to continue on. I didn't like, well, when do I do it? Or when do I pull the trigger? Or when do I, like, it just happened at the right time. And then there's steps along the way. So I think if you're pursuing your own soul, whatever situation you're in, the doors will become apparent when the time is right.
Sure. It's I think it's Osho, if it's not some other Hindu teacher, poet, really, we should say, that is like it's the idea that love is like a flower, and Osho definitely has like love's like a flower. If you love it, don't pick it, let it grow. That's not really what I'm talking about. They go more into the concept in one of their longer writings about basically treating love more like a gardener treats their garden, and how like when you provide the right environment for the flower, then the flower takes its own opportunities to emerge as the thing that it's supposed to be. And the best way to really tend for it and love the garden is to not suffocate the flower by trying to force it to grow in some direction, but rather just provide the right ingredients and environment for it to grow, rather than actually trying to navigate its growth.
Okay, and then absolutely, and then think about this. So I think you and I were talking about this at one point, but like, I don't know, we talk about it a lot on camera and off. That's just gonna get worse. So if women are magnetic primarily and men are electric, and the phallus and the just men going out, and traditionally just through culture, not that it has to be this way, but just even in these skin suits, going out into the world to connect with the earth and in ways that women can connect internally in the womb. And that they hold a different space, even cognitively or energetically, of perceiving whatever the focus of attention might be. And so in any conversation, I think a lot of it's like us constantly, I mean, as human beings, but I guess maybe as the men, instead of, obviously, here's the basics of like basic marriage counseling 101. Men need to learn to not, that the girl doesn't always want an answer. She just wants you to listen, or like, you know, there's a lot of basics like that, but it gets more nuanced and complicated in a sense. But I think it simplifies it when you see it, like you said, you're cultivating a garden, and it's huge, and it's not just her heart. That includes all of your relational dynamics, and also the core of this garden, if you will. If it's, or there's two trees, let's say one, yours and hers, you're always wanting to see her tree be able to bloom or flower, and it's an interdimensional tree, right? So different ways to tend the garden make the tree bloom differently. But sometimes we focus on the issues or whatever. We're not trying to find ways to be a good gardener, or husbandry, ironically, that's what it's, or is that husbandry is with animals, right? What's it called? Or is that with people who do vineyards? I think it's husbandry, right?
When you're talking about like a purposely sexing flowers, basically? Or what? I'm not sure what you mean, because animal husbandry is purposeful mating.
No, I was thinking the term for like a vineyard. Someone takes care of a vineyard is like, it's called a when they're taking care of a garden, basically. But he's taking care of animals, right? Is that what husbandry means?
I wouldn't really call it that. I don't know in terms of gardening, so
you
I don't know.
Even know. It's a
no,
term,
I don't know.
Man. Now it's got me.
Technically, you don't know either, so I don't know what you're laughing at. You're the one.
Not.
You're the one looking up the definition or whatever.
Yeah. All right. Husbandry. We're just gonna totally put everything on pause here to look this up, so I can try to figure out what I was trying to say. Google keeps telling me when I go to Google on my phone now, our systems have detected unusual traffic. Please hit the CAPTCHA things to confirm you're not a robot. Just going to Google. It's weird. Maybe all the streaming we've been doing, hotspot for my phone or some weird shit. All right, so husbandry is the care, cultivation, and breeding of crops and animals. Fucking told you, man.
Okay, so like I said, like it's purposeful mating. That's what I was saying.
Well, yeah. Crops, and sure, all right, but taking care of a garden, I guess that is in a sense too, tilling the soil. I just find it interesting, the dynamic of two guys talking about potentially a relationship here, that husbandry, taking care of a garden, also could be husbandry as a male partner to a female partner.
Sure.
Anyhow.
Yeah, I get the connection for sure.
Yeah. So like, so even that dynamic, like I feel like, okay, the more I feel like I've taken on this paradigm that I'm describing or articulating, the more, one, it comes down to an asexual presence, being present with yourself, being present with the person, but then the nuance of being present with a feminine energy, and I'm a masculine energy. That's a different, there's different potentials of us being present than if it were just two guys or two, whatever. Not saying, whatever. So just because of the actual electromagnetic technological differences in our DNA skin suit avatars. So if we can be present with our soul and not our egos, our programming, our culture, and what men should do and women should do and what men should be like, and whatever, you be present with your soul. I think creates space so if we can tune into our magnetic first, if you will, it allows her space to sit in her magnetic and express whatever the fuck comes out, man, because incredible shit comes out of women, man, when you listen, and when you and especially like if you can find those beautiful, like when I find spaces where I feel like I'm holding that space for a woman I'm talking to, the whole thing's just beautiful and neutrally beautiful in the sense, right? But at the same time, deeply honoring. I'm like, holy shit, the fact that I'm finding some kind of harmonic resonance with you, that to me is a miracle. Holy shit. It's like this incredible feeling out of like pride, of like honor, that I figured out in that moment, for these few moments, however long this lasts, that I can just like maintain this position internally. That it's like, I figured out women, or at least this woman in this moment, and this is the most, and I'm not doing anything, I'm not saying anything, she's expressing. But I figured her out in a sense because I found a way to hold space for her, that she's able to do something she's never done maybe before in this life, an expression or whatever.
Right. Yeah, and then in a certain way too, also, I mean, like, isn't this really what we're doing with everything, right? Like, if we have actual presence with the thing, we're allowing the space for it to basically express itself, whether it be through our own contemplations of that object or through just us presenting the space and then observing what they're doing. whether it's an inanimate object or a child or a woman or a man or anything really.
Yeah.
And in a certain sense, the exchange of that information, since we haven't actually like even brought up or touched on the word and it's in the title, isn't that really what intimacy is?
Holy shit. All right, cool. We got another hour or so. We can talk about that for sure. Yeah, I would agree. Into me see, or it's another way to break that down phonetically or anagrammatically. Ooh, anagrammatically.
Is that
Nope,
that might not
no,
be
it
a
is not.
word. Don't
It
fact
is
check
not a
that one.
word.
Just pretend it means something.
No, it means something. That just didn't really cohere together as beautifully in
You
English
know
as
what he means. Don't kid yourself.
So intimacy. We were talking about earlier with Bree, like to be seen, to be perceived.
Yeah.
You know, okay, so just that dynamic. I feel like there's other words. I feel like those words are the same, but they're nuanced, right? So to be seen and perceived. You know,
Sure.
they have their own nuances. I'm sure there's other words. It'd be an interesting. Okay, are we gonna chat? Are we gonna throw a graph? What are we throwing up there? Spirals?
Oh, I just wanted
Dude.
something that was pleasing on there.
Yeah. Oh, that's
I like
cool.
it.
I dig
It's
it.
cute.
Dude, did you okay, so that immediately reminds me, well, it overlays a lot of different imageries and childhood imagination things, but also the Stargate series. Did you ever get into that, SG-1?
Not the series. I saw the movie, was very interested in it. I was actually very blessed to be around some technologically advanced thinkers at that point in time. They pointed me in the way of Project Looking Glass, and I wasn't so interested in Stargate anymore because I was a little more interested in how we were making them in real life.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, lucky you. You started early. I got addicted to the sci-fi show, and I had to get unlocked through my spirit through a fucking TV show. You got to actually dive into the real shit at the time. Yeah, right
What can I
on, man.
say? I am blessed with an amazing experience. Thank you all for joining me on it. You must be wonderful because you ended up in my experience, and it seems to be pretty amazing. So I'm pretty psyched on it.
You know what I just realized? We'll see if this rolls out in the next 3 to 5 episodes or if this is just something I'm tuning in down the road. I'm going to start to be able to go into perfect Zach, like multi-minute monologues, and they're going to be awesome. And it'll be like the things you would have intuitively come up with, I will, but it's all in your energetic framework of delivery. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, in an interesting way, because Aaron and I are doing a lot of things that are around like meditations with coherence and coming into greater entanglement with each other, basically playing with metaphysical technologies to see what happens when two people spend a lot of time together and do a lot of focus on those kinds of things. So to go like loop it all the way back in a spiral, but not a real loop, a spiral to the beginning of the episode, like in a certain way, we're purposely building a twin flame through conscious action, you know, rather than just like, oh my gosh, I really feel attracted to this person or something. Can you just pick another person and then purposefully build an entanglement with them, and then, oh, that's my twin flame now? It's pretty much a thing that I personally believe is something you can totally do, but that's like, I mean, I have a very logical standpoint on a lot of this stuff, and I really just think that love is coherent. So
Dude,
I've fallen in love with all
told
kinds
you.
of things.
Listen,
basically.
I told Zach. No, I totally agree. It's so funny you say that too, and I'll give another dynamic even with some of the conversation we had at the beginning. But I told Zach the other night, last night, you were telling me, I'm like, okay, we're talking about coherence. Okay, if we're gonna do this every night, we should probably make sure we're doing the things we can to be coherent with each other, just in general, subconsciously, whatever. And so he talked about meditation that we could do, and he started laying it out like specifics, and like if we really want to do it, we get on a ley line, like it goes through these layers of technology. We can do this, we can do this, we do this. And I think before you're even done, if I interrupted you, I thought you were pretty much finished. What I say, I was like, fuck yeah, we're doing that. This is the bromance I always wanted, man. So it's cool
to find other people who want to like play with the same stuff that you do, especially like the weirder that stuff gets, or the more rare that stuff
it's just
gets.
Rare. It's not even weird. Like it's rare. It's because like, okay, so we're in the realm of things aren't weird anymore. Weird is weird where things like Lucy and where everything's melty is where things make sense, man. You really can't get too weird for us. I would be shocked if there's something too weird. Now, there might be a comment that we can't quite understand what they're talking about, but that's different than weird. It's us having a grasp of something in some way that it's just inconceivable or whatever. So like so in that weird dynamic. It's just what's unique about another person. All right, cool. Like that's part of the thing we're doing the show. It's like okay, let your weird come out. All right, good. Let's all breathe. Let's all laugh together. Now let's really get weird, man. What's your uniqueness? Now that we know we're all weird, now that we're all
Sure.
normal again, create a new normal. What's your uniqueness? And so like the technological overlays and the way that you see that, and the way you articulate things, you know, it's like fuck yeah, because so much of it is in resonance with the ways that I perceive or operate, but in my own methods and in my
Sure.
own frameworks. But it's the same, and it's super developed in the way you've developed it in your own framework and my own ways. And so then when there's overlays, like you start laying on the layers of technology for connection, it's how else to describe it? Just like ka-ching, 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 like resonance, 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 you know, and just not just like, oh, it's a new idea. It's like everything you're saying, some are new, but some are like, yeah, I've thought about before. I've had my own paradigms on the same type of stuff, and you're laying it out in a way that's connecting other dots, and like,
Sure.
it's cool shit, man.
Yeah, and for anybody watching in replays or lives that wants to learn how to take their story and turn it into a procedural operation for them to functionally gain a mechanical mastery over what they used to call magic, I can help you with that. Reach out. We'll get you turned into a magician in no time. All right. So
also like to thank the pretty much 9 to 10 viewers that have been here for almost 3 hours, and that, I mean, that
everybody
could
who
be,
supports us, you're amazing.
yeah,
You're
that could be
dope.
friends and family, but I don't know who all the 10 viewers are, so
Well, well.
but hey, that's
So
pretty cool.
going back to the thing before with Stargate 1, Nathan Weir talks about the healing sarcophagus. And have you drawn any, I guess, correlations to other stories that you've heard about over time to these ideas of the healing sarcophagus, or basically some kind of container we can put ourselves into and make ourselves feel better again? What the hell is that? What is that metaphorical reference to?
You mean like the actual literal box that what's his name
In the
made
case of
for?
in the case of Stargate, there was a healing sarcophagus.
No. I know, but if we're alluding to real life, recent history technologies, it's what's his name who actually coined the term orgone energy. What's his name in the 30s? Wilhelm Reich, or is that who it is? No, it might be somebody totally
I
different.
don't know.
But
I mean, I can look it up.
you don't know that? Yeah, look it up. So that let's see if William Reich. I don't Wilhelm Reich. He came over with one of the Project Paperclip come over scientists here, and then
Yeah, it's Wilhelm Reich.
Okay, cool. So, and then what year was it? His works or whatever? Does it say on there? I think
The
it's 30s.
orgone stuff.
He literally makes a box. I thought you literally were alluding to this, dude. He makes an orgone box.
No,
He
I was
literally makes
not
a box,
alluding to this.
layering materials, the way you actually make orgone, and that the nature behind orgonite and the way you make orgonite. But he's the one who coined it. This is scientific research. There's a great YouTube channel. We'll have to I'll find it and promote it. It does tons of the esoteric videos on subjects like that in like 10 to 15-minute clips that are that are just really well done. Like for nowadays, they're pretty media friendly and engaging, but they're very truthful, factual, and they go through a whole thing on the origin of orgonite and orgone energy. And so he makes these boxes layered in orgone that concentrated life force energy. They ended up calling orgone energy, and so plants and things grew faster inside the box. A lot of the Dan Winter type stuff with the vortex water, but this is through, and I guess would be Therify would be obviously just a different modality of getting maybe a similar energy to find healing for a vessel, a body, for plants.
Sure.
Growth.
Yeah, it's weird, these boxes they make, so they basically just look like a incredibly square Faraday cage.
Throw them on the screen. Yeah.
Faraday cage, usually in terms of like transmission of energy and such, you know, the opposite of that. You're in your own energy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and so they layer it with conductive and non-conductive material. Is that the primary basic factor in that or something? But it has to be layered, and the more layers is the more concentration of the energy. And so people are getting healed of sicknesses and diseases and cancers and whatever. FDA comes in, burns all his material except for some stuff. Obviously made it to the internet at this point in age, but they made it, or they arrested him, I think, and shut it all down like they do. They've done with the Rife machine. They've done with a lot of other stuff, man. This is just history. This isn't even like conjecture.
Yeah, well, they shut down all kinds of healing modalities and energy modalities and stuff. It seems like, if I'm honest, this is conspiracy theory Zach talking, so, you know, twist your tinfoil hat on nice and tight.
If you hold on, whoa, before you just totally gut what you're about to say, if you have more factual evidence for that, I will say factually, and I'll go find it. It's not even that hard, right? The Rife machine, this stuff, FDA shut them down, burned it. That's not even conspiracy theory.
I'm saying the conspiracy theory is that all the ones that they shut down are the ones that they can't charge good money for. They only really actually produce and accept and don't ban healing technologies that have a good return on investment. So if
Right.
we
Like
had to,
what's his name that down in Texas in the teens and 20s on the documentary, the cancer, the forbidden cures. Will you throw that up real quick since it's on the subject? This has been for my family. I have a whole bunch of resources in my tool belt, my toolbox, whatever, for like the right video or the right documentary or the right comment or whatever, something at the right
is this a
time if they're
video
ready
that
for
you
it.
want to see, or what is it that you want me to throw up here? I got a book
Doc,
cover. What do you want?
no, do IMDb Cancer, the Forbidden Cures. It's a documentary that
IMDb.
came out.
Why are we looking at IMDb?
Well, I'm just going to show the cover of the documentary so people can find it on their own. You can see it.
Oh, I can do that easy.
All right. Yeah, do that. But I've watched that video with like six different family members over time, and it goes through the last 100-year history. Basically, doesn't even go that long. There's been a dozen cancer cures they lay out now, a lot of natural, and if not all of them, yeah. And it goes through, but it's a really well done documentary. I mean, it links all back to the pharmaceutical industry and the creation of the ADA or AMA. And there's a whole history that you can go find on the internet. We don't have to ever go into it. There's so many well done videos on that stuff. It's pretty well laid out.
Yeah, and that's one too that like technically there's no reason to go into it, because like if a person is arguing with you about that, they should really just go look at the evidence that's out there, and it is like just let it speak for itself. Like we don't really need to talk about this. Go research. Yeah, or see what you find.
Yeah, but that's the point is that's a great place to go. There's really great resources in there, and it's really eye-opening in a way that was soft hitting, I guess. They just didn't know what to do with the information. But it definitely gets into the subconscious, because since then questions are asked about or make certain comments about the news or something, and where they were really opposed to certain comments, now they're a little less opposed because they've seen a really well documentary. Oh, this is real reality, not someone just saying this. Or some YouTube video, right?
Yeah, well, and I was touching on this last night. I don't remember whether it was after when we were talking or during the show, but that basically visionaries or luminaries, they're always considered crazy until their thing works and other people support it, and then finally there reaches this critical mass where everybody was like, oh, it's the new technology, kind of like pretending like they didn't just tell them 10 years ago, you're an idiot, that's never going to work.
Right. Okay, listen, Nathan Weir says, fuck yeah, SG-1 was so dope, the healing sarcophagus. Is that what you asked about it?
Yeah.
Okay, look, just in general, fuck yeah, SG-1 was so dope. I am pretty bummed that our avatars cannot like totally dive in and geek out on SG-1, because it sounds like Nathan has, so maybe him and I have to do that, because there's so many fucking parallels and metaphors to like every esoteric shit you've heard of and haven't heard of. So many imaginative things that like spark my own imagination into totally outside the realm things that I never would have found like in this life, in myself maybe eventually, but like, and just the narrative and characters and all the shit's super well done.
Sure.
Another one, have you ever seen Dragon Ball Z?
A little bit. I'm certainly not like a Dragon Ball Z super fan that knows all of the episodes procedurally, but I do have an understanding of the characters and the mechanics and things like that.
Then since you do, you might find it as funny as Nate did, because Nate had a similar, I think, engagement with it. And we ended up watching while we were working through this last year, over 3 days, I think. Like 11 hours of, it's called Team 4-Star, or it's like, you can just look like Dragon Ball Z parody or something. But there's the people have pieced them together. They've done them over time. They're dubbed by the YouTube creators, and they're all massive parody, but they're true to like the characters of the show or whatever, and they cut out all the fucking filler, like the stuff that just like sometimes they power up for like 3 episodes, right? It's just insane.
It's just 3 episodes of power up straight.
Well, it just like they repeat dialogue back and forth, and just they over dramatize and whatever. So like the new Dragon Ball Super that just came out, not that you're super into this, but I super am. So they came out with rolled out with 10 seasons of this that I just found out about like this last year. I had no idea. So they stopped at Akira Toriyama. Yeah, fuck yeah, man. That's why I got the fucking poster right here, man. There's so much Ascension metaphor to that shit, bro. They go like Super Saiyan Gold, and then there's Super Saiyan 2, and there's a whole lot of levels that I'm going to break down with Eric Grains. Are you familiar with Eric Grains?
Nope.
Dude, he's been doing. He's big in some circles, but he's awesome. He's just a totally legit guy doing his things. And he has like 4 or 5 kids, and he's a energy healer. But he explains the nervous system and all the actual like science to it really well. And like anyway, really cool dude. Did some private sessions with him. does incredible work. We spent a lot of time talking about Dragon Ball Z, and we started to tune into some really deep metaphor shit there. And I told him I'd be doing a podcast eventually because I knew I would, and would have and have him on. He said he'd love to come on, and this would be the perfect context because I don't think I've ever heard him not do a regular show where people interview him for like an hour, right? Mm-hmm. What he does. So I hear him explain the same thing 10 different ways on interviews. Like that's gotta eat at you as a person. It's like, geez, please. Yeah. So it's nice. I feel like we can give a context where we can, definitely talk about what you love and what you do and whatever for sure. But let's also fucking kick it, man. Cool. That's cool.
Yeah, definitely. When you're running like a business and shit, you get into a lot of these situations where you show up places and you're just like basically giving your elevator
Autopilot.
pitch over and over and over again.
Dude, it kills my soul, man. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, that's why I don't have any script inside of like my business at all. I have like a procedure, but like as far as the script goes, I can't do it. It just drives me nuts. Can't handle it.
Yeah. Well, it's like, and obviously, I imagine, if there's engagements where you get asked the same story again over and over at different times, that's fine. But the script is hard, the hard script in that setting. But when you can, for the most part, it seems to be a tool that works pretty well for me for getting rid of resistance and ego shit. When I'm finding myself having to repeat a story, when I just settle the ego part of it, I find new nuances in the story that even I didn't see were there before.
Sure.
So as long as there's some kind of flexibility in the framework, it can still be something new.
Much like going back and reading some type of philosophical treatise or something that's known to teach endless multidimensional lessons, going over your own story can oftentimes reveal just as many multidimensional perceptions of self. So, I mean, every story is equally valuable. It's really more like what you twist out of it. So,
yeah. Dude, based on Jasmine's comment here, definitely should have an episode on orgone energy. It doesn't get enough attention. That's totally fine with me, and we could obviously tie that into everything else we talk about. But I mean, what's your experience? Because I use a lot of energetic tools. Orgonite would be one of them. So we could obviously go into real quick the Wilhelm Reich stuff and a brief just to give it some 3D context, but dive into all our own experiences with working with tools. What's your experience with that?
So we're gonna have to wait on that for a moment. Me with orgone in my own life, I haven't researched it very much, but it's literally, I think when I was like 13 or something like that, I made a shitload of orgone pyramids with my mom out of like BBs and copper and all this stuff. We had them all over in our yard, dude. Like, I don't know, we probably made like 50 of these things, and they were like basically all around our property.
Do you feel like that changed the energetic environment in your home?
I wasn't really very sensitive to local energies at that point in time.
Tune into it now.
When I was
not there.
I really have no idea, because I can't really place like when they got put there, what it felt like before it, what it felt like after it. Like I never really associated too much to it.
Okay,
I have
a
memory of like making these pyramids, but beyond that, I was like it.
Okay, but just think about this morphogenically or coherence-wise. I just realized I moved my camera down a little bit today, so now when I put my hand up, it's pretty intense. I don't mean to be. So obviously now, I mean, what you just described is the logical process, right, of how we can decipher a difference between something is experience before, during, and or after, or just after, and being able to compare the two. So you did experience that in your DNA, in your vessels, in this lifetime. And that actually happens. So shouldn't we be able to? Do you feel? I mean, shouldn't? I guess I don't know if it's the right term, but
I think it's possible.
All things, yes,
that we would be able to. I can't. I'm just being honest. Like, I don't have a tap that I would verify that would be like anything like that. So my evidence is not only anecdotal, but potentially like literally made up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
no worries.
It's not good. I'd rather have my my credibility than my guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
I'm not really sure.
But have you ever worked with tools other than that? That was the only time. I've got these tensor rings, and crystals. I mean, I guess that all kind of qualify for energetic tools that channel some form of energy in some or intention or some way, shape, or form.
Sure. It's important to, I guess, kind of recognize in my life that like the really, really early introduction to the Monroe mechanics and really
Mhm.
just the concept that, well, really it's all just you, right? Like I wasn't predicated by a lot of ritual in my life. It was very, very, very simple. There wasn't like tools that were physical tools and things like that. You literally just did it with your mind. So I haven't spent a lot of time using external tools in my own life to
Yeah.
basically adjust my reality. I've spent time developing internal tools to adjust my reality in exactly the same way. Like I hear people how people talk about these and I'm like, yeah, I literally have a metaphysical program that I run that does that exact same thing. That seems like a really good idea. If you want to just put that thing underneath your bed, that's cool. I run it in like a multi-thread in my brain all the time. So like
Yeah.
that's my methodology. And at the end of the day, like really honestly, even
Listen.
if I find some kind of tech like that outside
Yeah.
myself, if it
Yeah.
did work, I would immediately ferret away on going to work on how to turn that into something I can just run inside of my brain.
Yeah.
And I know to a lot of people, they're like, that maybe doesn't even occur to them. But that was really like
Right.
the predication of my reality was like, look, all of this stuff you can do inside of your brain, all like consciousness is really like at the root of everything. The literally like the orgone works not because of the compounds that are inside of it, but because when you bring that energy together in such a way, it has an agenda, and that agenda is to basically clear the space. But if you have that same agenda doing that same thing, technically you can just be the orgone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that was really like, that was the predication of very early days. So like a lot of looking into that was really looking into these technologies, really just to develop something I could play with in my mind more than actually sit there and like, if I wanted experimental data of the things, I would literally just go find the person who developed it and find all of their experimental paperwork and all of their findings and like
Yep.
look at that. And I would see whether or not that shit looked like it was actually good experiments first before I ever even thought about running my own experiments with stuff, honestly.
Right. So everything you just said, I completely understand, and it's so cool to hear you in your own experience. And I think it's interesting because there are a lot of those I've developed through life. So like you said, it's when things come to your awareness, you once you find that resonance or that frequency. I feel like, gosh, I gotta find it. Maybe resonance. Maybe that's why resonance is a bigger or better word for me, or I like that word better. Frequency, I feel, is like we've talked about, so oversimplified. You know, even a 60 hertz pure sine wave isn't a pure sine wave. It's got all sorts of high frequency transients on it, and all it's got static wires, whatever.
Sure, and
But a
probably
resonance.
resonance isn't a good word either, because resonance is just like two frequencies that work with one another. You know what I mean?
Well, think about it more than just two frequencies, though. Two energies that come into resonance, harmonic
Right, and
resonance,
that's, I mean, that's
or
what a frequency is in my
no, come
mind.
on.
So
In your mind, yeah, that's fine. For me, though, it's not like, yeah, yeah. Okay, here's probably why resonance is a thing for me. Fucking Goku, it's on screen, Super Saiyan motherfucker. All right, so like,
power up.
um, power up, dude. It's fucking
Oh my
interesting,
gosh, his
man.
power level's over 9,000.
Don't get me started. Okay, so, uh, shit, I forgot what I was gonna say, but Goku's in front of me. Sorry, so I'll say Goku then. Another one of my most spiritual experiences was with Goku. All right, so I was like 12 years old, and I remember every day after school, this is junior high, super insecure in junior high. Like I went through a very, very, very fat, chubby stage. That was
Mm-hmm.
awful for my internal self at the time. I didn't know how to do inner work. Parents
Sure.
weren't great. I mean, actually, my mom was wonderful, and whatever. Parents are going through divorce, awful time.
Was she wonderful because she provided good emotional support, or because she provided you cake and ice cream? Chubby.
Dude, did I tell you? No, listen to this. Did I tell you what my dad? I think I might have told. It's a funny fucking story. So like, we were at a baseball game. Me and my friend at the time went to a baseball game to see my little brother play. So we're sitting in the stands with my dad, and I've been living with him for the last year and a half or so. And I was going through the fucking. I was going. This is why I love my dad. My dad and I have a very similar sense of humor. It was just kind of at the like towards the last few years that our belief system difference had some rub, but we worked that out. And so, but my dad knew that I'm living with him, going through this trial process, going through like this massive depression shit. And because I can take on and off weight. I can take on and off 70 pounds in 6 months, and it might have something to do with my narcolepsy dynamic. I don't know. Maybe it affects my metabolism or some weird shit. But I transfer, and I feel that's more to do with not just diet, but like there's a lot of expansion and contraction of energy, man.
Sure.
It's like in my vessel or something. I've done that for a long time. Like it's almost at will, or I just know I move into seasons where I'm moving a direction for a lot of different reasons. But like shit, what was I saying? Goku, my dad, humor, ice cream, baseball game. Okay. So he knew I was going through all this. I was eating a lot of ice cream. Ice cream's my thing, man. If I was coming back for one thing to eat, to reincarnate for, it's fucking ice cream, man. Oh man, right? So then I found out, okay, this is a tangent story, but it's fucking worth it. All right. So on ice cream, since I just so viscerally said how much ice cream like matters to my little avatar, right? I was on a trip this summer with my grandma in Alaska and taking her back to the state. We went all over the entire state, and that's where she's from. And we were having a conversation at lunch, and we made a comment about ice cream, or she said, "Are you gonna have ice cream too?" or something. And I just didn't know if I was gonna have it in that moment. I was like, I don't know, whatever. And I said, I really like ice cream though. And she goes, "Oh yeah, ice cream solves a lot of problems." But she said it dead serious, like not joking at all. And I lost it for like minutes. And then she goes, "What? It does." And I'm still busting up laughing. And I said, "That's where mom gets it from. That's where I get it from. Like it's from my grandma. At some point, took on some psychological, emotional issue she never dealt with, passed down through epigenetic expression and
Yeah.
nurture and behavior. Right.
Going back to the why didn't you bring this up when we were asking about the intergenerational trauma? You could have talked about the ice cream trauma.
No doubt, I will next time. That question I think is going to come up a lot, and that is an absolute great one.
Yeah, Willow, at some point in time, will probably do a show around intergenerational trauma because I probably could write an entire volume of books about intergenerational trauma. It's kind of one of my things. Yep. So I'm not even going to get into it now because it's already been 3 hours and 10 minutes, and I'm probably going to cut out here in like 20 minutes or something, and that's just not going to do it.
Dude, that's so funny. We've had the same like inner path through different outer dynamics. That's fascinating. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this book.
I think there's only one inner path, man, in the long run. It's just whether or not you can see the coherence of that path with other people's stories. The complete dictionary of ailments and diseases.
Yeah. That would be yes. You can see the screen, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
All right. So this one. Well, you're not even on
Look at
screen.
all those neat notes that you have in there and stuff. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I do that to things. All right, let's make. How do we do this? Oh, there we go. There, your little chat head smaller. My face is bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, StreamYard. All right, check this shit out. So let's just dive into this. Don't even give me a backstory because I do that too much. Give me a problem. Okay, let's do a real Zach overview right now. Give me a pain or a problem or an issue in your body or something, some kind of symptom.
I mean, are we talking about like a prolonged symptom, or it can be acute?
Yeah, let's really do this. Let's do something that you haven't quite figured out yet, or that you have figured out really well, and you'd be curious to hear how accurate this is.
Probably the best thing to do would be like back injury that I had a long time ago that still hasn't really healed properly. So it's kind of like kind of like a slipped disc, middle of the back. Like,
do you know which one?
Numbers of the vertebrae.
Oh, man, matters. They're all numbered. Come on, Zach. Get specific with your science, bro. Too fluid. You'll figure out how to heal your DNA skin suit in a new way.
All right, so I had to check with my body person so they could tell me about my body. It sounds like it's my T7 or T8 vertebrae.
Thank you, Jen.
Shout out to Jen in the chat for the on-point anatomical knowledge. I don't know names of anything. Don't ask me about like anatomy and biology and want me to get anywhere near as like good as I normally do because I don't know it very well.
That will be mine. I'm going to figure out this DNA skin suit technology. I'll rewrite the anatomy books, but in a way that's totally different. Totally different. But connecting the actual anatomy, man, for sure.
I was getting deep into the DNA and biology with somebody else, but they decided to go do other things. It's too bad. They were making really interesting connections, too.
Dude, Bromance for sure. All right. So hold on. Now she's got to help me here because in this book the way I've broken down, they have the L's, L1 through 5. They have the middle, the dorsal vertebrae, or D 1 through 12, and then the cervical vertebrae are C1 through 6.
And those are the cervicals are at the very top, right?
Correct.
And then the D's are in the middle.
Correct.
She might have said D and not T, so it's D, but it's like
which number?
Oh lordy. Well, she said T7, T8.
Yeah, whatever she's calling it. That is a thing. No, I know.
How many D's are there?
There's 12.
But try. What's D7, D8? What is it, Jen?
Houston is thoracic spine. It's thoracic.
Yeah, but how's that different than the dorsal?
How's that different than the dorsal?
Thoracic.
Yeah, but how's that different than the dorsal spine?
But yeah,
it's the same thing? So D7, 8? Okay, this is very getting. I think they're the same thing, dude.
Yeah, okay. Let's just assume they're the same thing. Well, we'll see. Hey, maybe watch they're not, but it totally lines up for some shit. So that's how that shit goes. I've had that happen too many times to just expect that to happen sometimes. All right, so D7, the seventh dorsal vertebrae, is a fierce worker. If I push myself to the extreme limit and the things I have to do in my life, not listening to my body when it needs to rest and relax, D7 will raise a cry of alarm. I may thus be trying to forget or flee someone or a situation. I may want to forget my financial or affective worries. If I stop, discouragement and dissatisfaction over my life will risk resurfacing again, which is something I don't want. I accumulate much anger and aggressiveness. Everything is growling inside of me because life has nothing good to offer me. I resist and persist to the point of stubbornness about certain ideas that obsess me. I refuse to allow my aspirations, my spontaneity, and my creativity to see the light of day, not knowing how to face them. As I allow others to tell me how to live my life, I am anguished and vulnerable, not in charge of my life. The disagreements that affect me and my family and for which I feel responsible eat me up inside. I must learn to appreciate what I have and what I am, to see all the abundance that is present in my life. I have the right to take some time for me. I have the right to feel emotions instead of letting them boil away inside of me. I give myself the right to experience my sorrow, my disappointment, my fears, for this is how I can accept them and change them into something positive. I can do my inner tidying up as I go along and enable D7 to function normally. I resume contact with my body and with earthly life. This is how the illness that often accompany a D7 in bad condition, and which often also affect the pancreas and the duodenum, may also disappear. That's D7.
That's definitely very accurate to my life. Like a lot of the things I'm working on right now are, definitely stages of releasing a lot of the things that you listed inside of there, like my own angers, my own like allowing other people in a certain way to like control what my life was. It wasn't through like a very direct thing like, Zach, do this. It was actually like basically the anti of that. If they were, Zach, do this, I was going to do the opposite thing basically, which made me very controllable in a certain sense through like if you were trying to do it, like reverse psychology. Even though they weren't trying to, they were trying to tell me the thing they thought was right, but I like wanted to find out on my own from doing the opposite thing. And the spontaneity, creativity, all of that stuff, like big time with like the repression of my own inner child has led to a whole lot of that kind of stuff. So whether I had that the whole time or it's something that I kind of grew over time, that's definitely there. And this happened right after I decided to like move into a house and stop like living in my car and climbing all the time. And as a byproduct of that, it was really like me stepping away from my spontaneity and creativity, which was at that point in time almost completely being channeled through my climbing in my life. And in a certain way, I was at a point very much so where like when you set a really huge goal for yourself and you like dedicate your life for it, when you reach that goal, you have this little like inflection point where you're like, okay, so fucking what now? You know what I mean? And like, I had still been climbing and stuff, but it wasn't the same thing anymore. Like I wasn't like super driven on getting to some point. I just like kind of went out and hung out at the rocks, you know what I mean? And like it just didn't have the same pull anymore. And I really had no idea what the hell I wanted to do with my life at this point in time. And I started falling in.
Just that point, doesn't that suck at that moment in time when it's like a season that was so beautiful in so many ways, is ending, and you're like, fuck, I kind of don't want it to end yet, and I don't know what's next anyway. Like I literally have nothing to do. I have to sit kind of in the end of the season, knowing it's like energetically kind of already ended, like a grieving process or something in that moment.
Yeah, it's interesting because like I actually, with this specific one, kind of like skipped out on that. I had in
Huh.
recent times when I remember meditation or hypnosis something, went into this space where basically I put myself back. Oh, it was a friend of mine who's actually on Instagram at Spiritual Investor. He like we all, whenever we talk on the phone, we do like a meditation at the end of it. And on this one time, he just basically like guided us to like tap into a place where we felt like really good and really powerful. And where I was intuitively guided to was the moment after I had climbed this specific grade the first time. That was like my ultimate goal, really, basically when I started. And like I realized when I tapped into that moment that like just a whole bunch of emotions that I had basically lost touch with, and that I wasn't really like engaging with them anymore. And I had really kind of like left a
Yeah.
version of myself back there because I hadn't really allowed myself to go through the grieving of that season changing. And so this it's interesting because I still watch I have like a really like a pretty well edited together video of me climbing that. Like, you know, it's got all the cuts to the close-ups of the holds and all this stuff like that. And
Yeah. Cool.
I still watch the video of me climbing that because after I top the thing out, like as I'm topping it out, I'm like, oh my God, I fucking did it. And I get on top and I still have just like so much energy just surging through me, and I just scream my
Yeah.
fucking head off for the next like minute
Cool.
straight. You know what I mean? Just like
Yeah.
all kinds of
Fuck yeah.
crazy screaming. I was just so unbelievable. Like, well, it was literally
Yeah,
like this,
man.
like this impossible dream just came real. You know what I mean? And I was
Yeah.
just like, I have in that moment, like I was just coursing and surging with energy, like anything is fucking possible. Like I literally just
Fuck yeah.
molded reality into my hands. Like, what
Yeah.
is going on? Like I was just screaming, dude. Like I
Yeah.
didn't know what
Fuck
else
yeah.
to do but just scream.
Yeah.
And
Fuck yeah.
it was just so great, you know what I mean? So I've rewatched that video like so many times just to tap back into that thing. But I
Yeah.
realized through that meditation specifically, this wasn't that long ago, that like I wasn't really carrying that feeling with me. I had like stored it in the video in a certain way. And so I had to like bring it, reintegrate it back into my being. I think I'm still actually in the process of reintegrating it back into my being, so that like that yell that was there after that, the energy that was inside of that can be like a thing that's inside of my body all the time, because it's really me coming forward. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Even though in that case it was like in a very like feminine, illogical, like just noises coming out, but it was me. You know what I mean? It was like me being birthed in a certain way, but the me that was being birthed, like such a, you could draw such a weird correlation off of that with the things that came after that, because since I didn't know what to do with my life, I was together with a girl that I had been together with for a long time. We were like 8 years into it, and she ended up like going down one weekend to her sister's house, and her sister had 2 kids, and when she came back, she's like, yo, like, Zach, I think I want to have kids. And I was like, yo, whoa, I'm like not thinking about this at all right now, but
Yeah.
like we need a lot more money than we have currently, and that means I need to be able to make it, which means I need to do something. And next thing I knew, I had this whole plan planned out where I was like, I'm gonna basically, I already knew that I knew a ton about electrical engineering. So I knew if I just like dialed in the math and some other things, like I could basically like I could CLEP test basically out of an electrical engineering
Yeah.
bachelor's degree. So I was like at least most of it. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna power through this. I'm gonna do that. Then I'm gonna get that degree. I'm gonna get into the union, and I'm gonna be perfectly lined up to basically be going straight into there, and I'll have enough money to provide for a kid, provide for her, to do. And like it all seemed
Yeah.
fine to me because I was like, electrical engineering, I love Nikola Tesla, I love electricity, it's all good, right? Like it's plenty. But like the whole thing was sculpted around just like she wanted to have a kid, and I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. So I was like, all right, I'll make a
Yeah.
plan for this. And like, well, I can't actually make mistakes in my life. It's impossible, because the universe will swoop in and make that not happen. You know what I mean? So like, you know,
I do.
long story short, to not like dig into it massively since it's already super long, but like, you know, before that ever ends up happening, she ends up kind of finding her way somewhere else, and we end up like breaking up, and I end up in a situation where I'm like, again, like, so wait, no, really, what are you going to do with your life? Not what are you going to, like, who else's life are you going to live? What are you going to do with your life? So, yeah. And then like a couple months later, I was in the middle of the Amazon jungle, and yikes.
Yeah, and everything changed, huh?
It got a little weird from there, I'm not going to lie.
We'll have to do a show called Let's Get Weird and let people like try to bring people on maybe that we know have really what maybe to most people might think are weird stories or experiences. And obviously, if you know, people are joining in for sure, but like let people like let's share weird shit that we think or do or whatever people might think is weird. Like let's normalize it a little bit.
I think in the long run, we should like program more in a little ways. So we could do like Let's Get Weird Wednesdays. You know what I mean?
Holy shit.
And then we just talk about shit that's just super like the weirdest shit we can think of, and stay off of any kind of like normal actually help your life topics, but just talk about shit that's so weird.
Dude, what do you think? Live chat? We gotta love the people still. Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
cool.
if anybody's here, do you guys want to hear a show where we talk about just like the weirdest shit we've come across, the weirdest shit we've experienced, shit that we still call weird, even though it's not really weird anymore?
Right. Interesting. Yeah, and I think I like obviously right now it's cool the way we're doing the video, but the fractal thing up there is really cool. It seems like we've talked about on the show too. It really does seem to have like a you know, subconscious and conscious effect of like helping drive into that coherence point with whatever the conversation is or the energy is in any given moment of equal co-creation. It's cool shit, man.
Yeah, it's weird how if you give the universe opportunity to like show how it's aligning, then you get to see that it's aligning so often. Yeah, I think that's really cool. I try to present a lot of opportunity for myself to see synchronicity through learning new symbol sets. You know, like one that I'm super into that we haven't spent literally any time talking about, but it's part of the reason why, like in the meditation we had last night, I just wrote you really short notes, but one of them was crow and a jaguar or something like that, right? Well, this was actually really cool because it was suddenly just this flash visual, and I'm just gonna pop into just that though, but it was basically like, well, video for this. So switch this thing over to me. Ooh, so basically
big Aaron,
like a lot of stuff had happened in this meditation. It got very visual, which was very weird, but nevertheless, like at one point in time, all of a sudden my vision clears completely black, and then with reversing, I'm never going to figure this out right, but it doesn't matter, because just like over like basically what would be, well, if I was like an animal, right, just like over the top of me, so that it's like making the back of my silhouette like kind of pointing kind of like half at me like this. It went over the back of that, and that was like a jaguar, and then in front of it, like just over the back of it, was like this crow. But as soon as it like went over this like yellow light over the top of them, off of that came out of it like all these unfurling like yellow fractals that came out, and those fractals, like you could see, they looked like they slowed down, but they were just getting deeper and deeper and deeper, and it was like this quick flash vision of just and then it like all slowed down, and then this vision, like I ended up losing time after this because I got all these weird like connectivity metaphors where like I went through this experience after that I for a moment actually thought was very, very real, where I was looking at my phone and I was like doing something to go to messages, and I was like getting information, but like I always talk to you on my phone, you know what I mean? So it's like I was getting information from the phone, and then suddenly I like came to notice that I was looking at my phone, but came to notice that like I wasn't really looking at my phone. I'm actually meditating right now, and I was like, oh shit, like this, like it got very real all of a sudden. You know what I mean, with that. And then like then like randomly seeing like these browser windows and shit like that, because like all my interaction with you is on the internet, but I could very much so in the moment I was like, oh, this is a really weird way of symbolically showing that like the thing is connecting, right? And it's connecting through like the same symbolic metaphor that it had before. It was just very, very, very weird. Just these light animals. To get back to the original point, was actually animal medicine, which is that like with animal medicine, we see animals so much in our life, and we also see them in our dreams. And because like realistically, as we're going with ideologies, animism started like at least 100,000 years ago, that people were revering animals as some type of symbol that was representative of their life or their reality. So this symbol
Right.
set is super deep. If we're talking generational passing on of information, this one's written way deep. It's way deeper than the Jesus story or the story of the
What
Vedas or anything like that.
what's a hummingbird mean to you?
It's not what a hummingbird means to me. It's what a hummingbird means because you just observe what it does.
Do it.
Hummingbirds, when they move, the glint that they have really is inspiring and it catches the eye. So when you have a hummingbird come through your life, it's enticing you to allow yourself to move freely and to feel comfortable basically hovering in your space, knowing that you can move with that agility and knowing that when you move, your scintillating colors will glint and that will actually be attractive to you. So it tells you to show off and be creative and to spread joy to other people. And like functionally, that's basically the story of hummingbird. But if you're coming across hummingbird, if hummingbird flits through your life, this is what you're supposed to do. But you can also literally look at any animal and go like, what are all the things that this thing does? You know what I mean? Yeah, I got the
You see
hummingbird back there.
that one right there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything you just said, man.
Yeah. That's hummingbird's message, you know
Dude,
what I mean? Like it's not mine, that's really what
thank you
hummingbird
for
brings.
telling
And
me that. Beautiful.
same
Thank
thing.
you.
That's why when we go with like it's pretty interesting because in certain ways with what our meditation was and what we're planning to do, we are basically two magical warriors gearing up. And functionally, the story of the jaguar inside of the Amazonian people is that this is like the
Yeah, tell
spirit
me.
of the jungle that is a warrior, right? Like it's the warrior totem is the jaguar because it's a sleek stalker. It doesn't use too much energy in order to collect its prey. It's the best warrior because of that. These kinds of things. But then on top of that, crow in all Native American cultures, when I say Native American, I mean North American tribes that were indigenous to what we now call the Americas, but were actually their fucking homeland that we stole from them. And I really respect them. So we toss that caveat in there. But we're going to call them Native Americans, even though it's a racist fucking term. But nevertheless, so Native Americans,
Yeah.
they in Native American animal medicine, crow is a carrier of magic. So to see both of these things, you have very much so that there's like this warrior spirit in the back that's kind of coming forward, and the crow is sitting there kind of guiding it. And in this case, it actually happened to be looking off. It was positioned on my right, looking left, which would insinuate to me that it's casting its gaze towards basically what is a logical format of bringing this together. So the magic is
Yeah.
flowing from the intuitive right side, and it's through its gaze and through its focused projection, it's projecting itself into the left side, which is exactly where the warrior jaguar was coming forward, which is exactly what we're really trying to do with these kinds of things on a certain level. So the animal metaphor is on point, but it's just like this random
Yeah.
flash, and we don't just see them there. Like you have psychedelic trips, you'll see them. You have dreams, you see them. I know people that have gone into deep seizures and had massive experiences with them.
Yep.
You can do all kinds of work with animism that's crazy for your life. I mean, like most people don't ever actually dig into that, but like spend a week of your life acting like a dog the whole time, and you will have a different experience after that because it teaches you
No
things
doubt.
about yourself. It teaches you things about the world. You take on a different perspective. It's very life altering
Dude,
experience.
one of my favorite things that a lot of people have done, different from different demographics, but just the same idea that people pretend to be a homeless person for a week. Some colleges they do it, some social dynamics or whatever, but they
Sure.
actually do it. They go live on the streets for a week, and when they do it right on certain shows or whatever, like you see the change afterwards because they get to walk through it. I mean, it's one thing to think about a role, embodying that. Well, I take that back. You really can process through a lifetime or a paradigm of someone else without actually, doing the physical action. But being able to in the 3D take on that paradigm, totally causing your ego to respond in ways you never would have known with inside yourself had you not chosen to take on a role for a 24/7 extended period of time, whatever that might be. And that's part of Let's Get Weird. It's like, like when you explain, there's so much like ancient witchcraft and all this stuff that if it was just explained in the right context, it's not that weird or crazy. It does make sense. The people who do these things, like hide in the
Sure.
shadows. Why? Because nobody wants to be crucified. But man, like it should be lighthearted. It is normal.
Yeah,
It's just
one of
not
my favorite
understanding it
taglines that I've
correctly.
already told you before is that, magic is no longer magic once it becomes mechanic. So magic is just a
Love it.
misunderstanding of some kind of mechanic. Once
I
you get
agree.
it, it very much
100%.
so makes sense how it's happening all the time. And when you
No
understand how the
doubt.
function is happening all the time, you just basically align with the flow of that thing happening all the time. And then it works out. You might like you get into questions about like instant manifestations and stuff like that. But if you really want that, you get into things that are like astrological high magic, and you realize that the ability to bring about something instantly only happens at very specific times. You need a very, very specific, on multiple different dimensionalities, coherence of all of the ways that light is bending through reality in order to take it from a dimension where it is non-existent, void of potential, twist it through multiple dimensions, and have it cohere properly in this reality in your hand. You need shit in place, and the only way you're even going to get fucking close to that is if you learn a hell of a lot more about astrological objects. There's great books on this.
And you know, the most advanced technology in the universe that does that, in my opinion, is right inside of us.
Oh yeah, human being. Human being, yeah. I mean, your heart is just a fractal expression of what the universe is. So you got hearts, heart. The ability to bring that thing through all those phases in coherence is what determines the ability to manifest thought into reality. That's not an easy process.
Is phase conjugation the point at which it goes, it spirals into the next level?
It's technically the point where all of the levels spiral into the level, right? Like they all actually collapse at the exact same point. They just have bigger spheres of operation if you're trying to understand them as dimensions that we're seeding in some type of linear function. But they're not like that. Like I asked that question yesterday, like the linear function thing that I asked to Lilac, and she was basically just like, well, like it's like more amorphous than that, and they interweave with each other in a certain way. You can make a linear function out of it, and if you want to, it looks like spheres on spheres on spheres on spheres. But the collapse point is always it's infinitesimal, right? It's not actually a place in space time. It's like it's like a moment of forces. When all of these forces get to that perfect balance through their opposition, you have a magic moment, which is not a magic moment. It's a mechanical moment known as 0-point unity. It's not magical. There's nothing magical about it. We create it in labs all day long with lasers. It ain't fucking magic.
So, and I agree with you 100%. So I'm gone all the way to that end. I've been totally satiated the way you just laid that out, for sure. So then rubber bounding back to finding joy in things and playing, right? Because part of, I think people associate magic with joy. If you take the magic out of something, then you take the joy out of it. But so how do you bring the magic back to something? So that's okay for me. Once I figured out all that shit, and like at a whole other level, like I wasn't afraid of dying. I wasn't afraid of any of that shit before I ever did psychedelics, any of that shit. Like I had a very, very active imagination, and all that stuff was settled in me like long before I even entered those realms of things. That just added additional layers and depth and diversity, I guess, to the experiences that I already have. But nope, totally lost train of thought. But I'm looking something up, so you can just dive into whatever.
Oh man, whatever you were saying there was valuable to me. I was continuing to give you space to finish your thought, but I had some intuitive thought right in the middle of that like really cohered with me nicely. I do not remember what it is now because I was giving you space to talk about, but like it sat really good with me. So thanks for that, even though I can't remember what the hell it was.
No doubt, man. Look, I'm gonna send you.
Oh, Lilac was saying that she kept thinking of how she would layer them if she was so inclined. I figured that would get you. You're doing the engineering and stuff. You like the logical layout. So that question, while I think your answer was better than my question, I think at the same time that question is going to require you to answer it.
Yeah, no doubt, man. To each their own, really.
And Jen says that's why it's important to love yourself, so that you can create your thought into your reality, to reflect love, thus reality will be love. And I completely agree with this. This is the entire thing. Like, we have to bring ourselves together in a coherent fashion so that we can reproduce ourselves in a coherent fashion. It's garbage in, garbage out all the time. Like, you can't be putting trash into your vessel, otherwise it ain't going to go so hot.
I remember I was going to say, bring the magic back to things that we've already determined to be mechanical, and then my journey in the more...
That reminds me of the thing that cohered. Bring the magic back in. Realize when you're trying to learn about magic, you're not even having the fun yet. Learning about something, learning how to create is a deconstructive process.
Yeah.
You are experiencing death. Right now you're trying to figure out your life. If you're doing that, know that right now you are experiencing death. At some point in time, you need not fear your death anymore because you will only but come more to life because you are seeing things in a mirror. Okay, this reality is a reality of deconstruction and separation. We experience life through its negative space, which we understand is death. That's why our focus is on not having enough, worrying, separation. We're gonna die someday. These kinds of things. Where's God at? I don't know. Oh my God, He left us. This whole process is a process of deconstruction, and through deconstruction, through dissolving, to bring back where I was going to go with all this in the first place before my mic wouldn't work, right? The entire process of this is dissolving so that you can coagulate. The great alchemical process, solve et coagula. The entire process, you must deconstruct so that you can coagulate at a higher purity. But no, once you get that coagulate, what you should do is go right back to the beginning of the process and dissolve that bitch so that you can get an even purer one next time. The goal is not to get the coagulate. The goal is the process. The journey is actually
Beautiful.
the entire destination. It's not about the alchemical beginning point or end point. It's not about the prima materia. It's not about the philosopher's stone. It's not about the boundaries of life. It's about the space in between. This is the only thing that matters about your life. It ain't about the story. It's about the information inside of the story. And that is always the case with everything. So when you're learning about magic and you get to the point where it's come down to mechanic, you reach an inflection point where you can either recognize that you have now glorified your death to the highest standard or finally actually earned the chance to live. And I already know what you'll choose.
Well done.
I'm actually going to get off the podcast after that. You guys are going to choose great things,
Mic drop.
and we are all going to learn magic together because magic is the true nature of what we really are, and when you know that, it will be mechanic. I love you. Catch us next time. Expand understandings. Watch podcasts.
Wait.
Love yourself.
I will go. Hold on. We'll do a special deal here.
Oh, man. He ruined my mic drop, everybody. Oh, my gosh.
You mic drop. I'll say goodnight and I love you and I'll close it out. I'll give 20 minutes here. That book, if you guys are interested, if you have ailments or something, Zach semi-endorsed this. I don't know if he wants to thoroughly endorse it, but with his own experience,
it sounded good from the one thing that I looked at. That was pretty solid.
Everyone who's not interested can tune out. Everyone who's maybe interested, if you're willing to share, if you got something going on, some kind of ailment or a specific ailment, especially because this is decently specific, put it in the chat and I'll read it from here. Give it 20 minutes. Why not?
And I love you all. Have fun with Aaron. This stuff will be very fun. I'm gonna go do other things. Zach. Think about awesome magic and get better at the mechanics of my own life.
Go play, motherfucker.
I love you all. I love you all.
Love you, man. Oh, jeez. All right, so yeah, tune in. If not, in the meantime, somebody's saying thanks. Oh, he just tuned out. Okay, went back to one. So thanks. Take care. Put that in chat. Oh, love that. Yeah. Thanks, lads. Love you all. Oh. All right. Come on, guys. Put your ailments in the chat. Put your ailments in the chat. Later, Zach. Look, you're gonna make sure to put them all on the thing. So if you watch it later, Zach, you'll see that I put it up in here. Isn't it cool that we're doing video? I feel like we could be radio hosts, or like we'd have fun doing it. So we're having fun doing that. That's the point we're doing this. But okay, there's one on here. But it's cool video because I think we're both pretty I don't know, engaging or something. Okay, so let's see. C5, C6 disc replacement. We'll love more insight. Fucking wonderful. All right, Kala Sislo. C5, C6. So what's that for? Okay, so this one, they group C4, C5, and C6 together. And it goes as such. All right. You have to just adore my commentary, I guess, because that may happen. And I'm reading this book, and I didn't say I was going to read it without making commentary. So we'll see. All right. C4, C5, C6. The fourth, the fifth, and the sixth cervical vertebrae, C4, C5, and C6, are located at the level of the thyroid, are in close relation to it. The thyroid plays a major role in language, the voice, vocal cords, and any disharmony involving communication. When I am the one expressing myself, as well as when other persons communicate with me, will lead C4, C5, and C6 to react. It may be because I took offense to what I heard, leading to indignation and anger. C4, C5, and C6 will react even more strongly if I furthermore do not express my opinions, my frustrations, and my sorrows. My level of aggressiveness risks rising even higher, which will close down the channels of communication with these three cervical vertebrae. I swallow the wrong way whatever comes up to me. I tend to ruminate over certain events for a long period of time. There can also appear ailments and pains affecting my verbal communication system as a whole: mouth, tongue, vocal cords, pharynx, tonsils, etc. And all the parts of my body located between the level of my mouth and my shoulders may be affected. If C4 is especially affected, I look at what feelings I am always ruminating over, especially anger and guilt. I seek balance and justice. Okay, here's my personal commentary. I don't believe in justice and judgment. I believe in healing, wholeness, remedy, and resolve. And really, wholesome wholeness. Those are my frameworks. So I'm going to say it my way. I seek balance, and I do very much like balance. That's different than moderation to me. Moderation is different for every person. Sometimes you swing pendulum sides to find balance. Anyway, I'm just say wholesome wholeness. I seek wholesome wholeness. I have difficulty in finding solutions, often because I hesitate to express my differences of opinion. I cling to my memories, to my past. I flee my deep emotion instead of externalizing them. I avoid seeing what is going on inside of me, thereby avoiding discovering myself and flourishing. I destroy and punish myself. I sabotage my happiness that I do not believe I deserve. It is C5 that reacts if I resist my entourage and reject their advice. My entourage. What an interesting word. I'm afraid of being hurt with words or actions. I feel inferior to others, and so I will erect a wall around me. As I feel that nobody listens to me or understands me, I withdraw into myself. Compromises are not possible, for I avoid taking a position. I feel shame in many situations. I prefer to remain silent rather than take responsibility for what I want to express. It is C6 that will experience difficulties if I want to shape others according to my needs and desires. I expect too much of others instead of taking charge of myself. I am desperate, for I feel that only others can save me, whereas I am the only one who has some power over my life. My old dreams are inaccessible, and I find this unfair. It reminds me of all the times I experienced this injustice when I was young. I feel like dropping everything. I am depressed. I'm afraid that the sky will fall on my head. I carry the burdens of others so much that the fact of sacrificing myself this way is killing me little by little. I accept that each experience is an opportunity to grow and that there is a lesson to be drawn from everything. I must let things flow instead of persisting and resisting life. Otherwise, my head starts to boil and I feel overloaded with all the tasks to be done and that I have the impression I will never manage to get done. I need to express myself, whether through speech, writing, music, painting, or any other form of expression that will enable me to reconnect with my creativity and my inner beauty. All my senses will then be stimulated and activated, which will activate my thyroid and enable C4, C5, and C6 to function normally. The ailments felt in this region can then be reabsorbed. End of section. Meditative reading session over, minus the commentary interjection in between. So let me know if that resonated with you when you come back from whatever meditative state maybe you're in, if that resonated with you so deeply that healed awesome things. That would be fucking awesome. All right. Next, let's see. I think right up. I've had terrible IT band issues. Okay, let me see. Let me see if that's in here, because I don't know if that's like there's another name for it or something, but let me see what I can find. It's got to be a glossary, because otherwise, I'm not sure. Okay, I think I found a glossary. I know how to use books, yo. Man, I learned just enough in school, like the library and stuff, to know it's enough to use books, and I love books. So I have a lot of books. All right. Okay, I don't see IT bands, but I'm trying to think. Isn't that in the like Achilles tendon area or the bands around your knee? Is IT band around your knee? I'm not really sure. Wait. Iliotibial. Says okay. Let's see if that's in here. Come on. It's not in here by that, and I want to be able to figure this out because you're the next one on the list, and so if there's another way to look it up, let's see, hold on, hold on, but a commentary on the previous one. So Alex said amen, and then Munchies with Mel said y'all are dope. Wait, oh, something came out of nowhere and won't go away. One thing of since you brought up the book, came up, won't go away. You all are dope. Did you say what it was? I missed that. Wholeness and balance of vibrations, Aaron. Nathan, yeah. Oh shit, Nathan, are you in the thing? Are we in the tribal thing together? On like seventh thing? Is that where I know your name? Because that'd be super awesome, man. God, I love Seven. I love what they're doing on the planet. Love it. Oh, I can't wait to get down there at some point. Yeah. All right. So, okay. Kylo said, oh, sorry. So interesting. This was beginning of gaining my power and remembering, but it took a year after surgery and being bedridden to bring balance and follow my soul. This is the beginning. Wow. Cool. So did hearing it this way, like, did it add? It sounds like it did, I guess. So interesting. You said interesting. So it sounds like it probably added additional perspectives or like layers on things you already saw or energies maybe, but you're able to perceive them in a different way. Bring what usually happens to me is additional layers of depths of understanding. It's like being able to triangulate. You're trying to understand a concept. So the more research, the more anecdotes, the more, firsthand information around your own experiences, embodying a paradigm in some way, shape, or form. Ultimately, I feel like, I don't know, creates like a vortex, right, into self. I don't know. You find just enough of the right pieces sometimes to create that just like still point in self on a subject or on a thing or on a moment. Sorry, I'm musing. Okay, let me try to figure this out. Been having gut issues. She said ailments reabsorb. Brilliant. Yeah, isn't that interesting? So transmuting energy instead of like getting rid of an ailment, but transmuting it, actually healing it. It's like, why would you want to give away your energy, man? It's trauma energy, but like it's still your energy. And then where's it going? So it's like, think about that too. Maybe every time I've done these things before, and I'll do it again now, just see if something else comes to my awareness. But anytime like I've sent fractals away or I've done things, I'm like, oh shit, I killed that fractal, like, right? Like we're quantum, man. Go back in time and fix that shit. Like, really, it's in your imagination. Like, really, really embodying though. It's not just like, oh, thinking it. But you guys know, you're still in here after like 3.5 hours. Probably, right? The paradigm I'm talking about, like how real that is. But reincorporating that energy back to yourself. So think about that, like drawing a meditation where you draw back all energy to yourself that you've ever severed from yourself in this lifetime or any other, back to your sacred heart space, through a spiritual cord of equity with Mother Earth and Father Sun and your ancestors, for your own sacred neutral, highest self, highest good healing and purpose, and to be present and fully here. Just see what comes back. Reassemble, remember who you are, right? Reassemble, find the pieces. Ooh, all right. Iliotibial, okay, we got that. And then, let's see, hold on. Jen says, I'm going to head to bed, guys. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you so much, Aaron, Bree, and Zach, for a great informative show. You guys rock. Craig, it was nice seeing you in here tonight. Big hugs. Night, Jen. He said, hell yeah, brother, keep making smoke in my brain. Fuck yeah. Gosh, parts of me, I need to get to the point where I can create multiple versions of myself so I can be fully present with you guys in Costa Rica. Well, I guess we could always do this there. Put that in the vortex. I don't know if you're in Costa Rica. Maybe where are you at, man? Are you local? Like, let's meet up. We gotta do more of that shit. We're gonna do meetups. So it's like that's the kind of thing for this too. Fearless group them in. Frank Castle, awesome shit. He does meetups too. Well, I mean, we're kind of doing that. We're kind of connecting coast and shit here. So We saw that one. Okay, so Kala said, the energies I was forced to see differently because I was forced to be alone in bed, limited in movement. Then I was introduced to what I now know are angelic energies in galactic lineages. Cool. Sounds like we should have you on to chat about that at some point. The time allowed me to interpret the energies and integrate them. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, okay, that was another one. That's why I didn't pause at the end of that. Awesome. Cool, man. Just from reading a book and live engagement with real people. Oh my God, it's like a psychic hotline or something. Call in with your problems and Aaron, I'll read from a book and I'll put my own psychic commentary on it. All right. Let's see. So, thank you for the transmission. Much, much love and lilac rays of inspiration. Oh, that's so lovely. What a compliment and a sign off. Cool. All right. For gut issues, I recommend looking into ancestral nutrition. Megan Remedy CNP on YouTube has some great content. Thank you, little viewers. Okay, I would really like to find, I do not want to leave you hanging, so I'm not going to address any other comments unless they're relating to finding the IT band. And I might have to take a minute to Google, because if you're still here, Munchies with Mellow, we're going to get your, excuse me, we're going to figure this out. So I will keep an eye out for someone can Google this faster than me. Let's see, so IT band, human anatomy. That is what is coming to me to type right now. We'll see how this, understanding the IT band, that would probably help. Hold on, here we go. Everyone's on the outside of the thigh, just above the hip, below the knee. Okay, it's it's made up of fascia in the last. Okay, but thigh. Let's go thigh. I think that thigh. Imagine that thigh. If not, they would definitely have leg, right? But it's pretty specific. Yeah, they got all the teeth, man. I'll have to tell you my teeth stories sometime. Because we haven't talked about it yet. It's a whole other thing, yo. All right. So thighs in general, all right, that's fine. But what about ailments of the thigh? I see legs, upper part. Oh, see, I should have gone to legs. Use my glossary. All right. Upper part, cool. That's from legs to leprosy. Okay. All right, here's what we're going to go with. We're going to go with the upper part of the thighs, because the IT band is very much part of that on the outside. And so even if they may have a specific thing in here, and we will find it, or you'll buy the book. I mean, because this guy does awesome work, and I got it on Amazon, so you could too. But we're going to do it for thighs. And so let's just take with synchronicity that's going to mean the right thing for you, or at the very least, be happy knowing it probably meant something for somebody in the chat. Who knows? Maybe me. All right, cool. The upper part of my legs, forming the thighs, is undergirded by the femur bone. It reflects my tendency to hold on to things, most often related to my past. My thighs represent especially my male side, which contains all my energies and inner strengths. If my power is being questioned and I have to yield in certain situations, I must reassess my limits, which I find difficult to accept. Depending on what I allow to happen or prevent from happening in my life, my thighs will react. If I'm constantly reliving the past or feeling guilty about certain events, this will have the effect of accumulating in my thighs, which become larger. I may also have kept resentment or bitterness, for I felt betrayed. It is as if my past was holding me back and preventing me from going forward. Being anxious and poorly confident, I am afraid of moving forward, or I am no longer supported. Often my past prevents me from being intimate with myself and others. I cut myself off from my sensitivity and my deep essence. My injuries and traumas make me drag my feet. I don't fully experience my sensuality and my sexual desires, which is a source of anger and frustration. The fact of having children or of my own may reactivate all those injuries of the past, and my thighs will be affected. Large legs can also be a sign that I am accumulating too much, materially or emotionally, as well as intellectually, and I am keeping things just in case, out of insecurity, for fear of lacking something or someone. As squirrels do, I hoard reserves and often unfounded anticipation of a possible shortage. It is good for me to sort things out so I can keep only what is beneficial for me. I have an ailment in my thighs when I inwardly hoard too much of the energies and talents that I should use more extensively instead. My creativity is stifled, my seminal power, physical as well as emotional, is neutralized by my passivity and my exaggerated obedience to authority, which can be that of my parents. I may feel powerless, and I wonder just how far I have accepted that my parents or my teachers define my life instead of taking charge of my destiny myself. When there is a fracture of the femur, my basic structure is affected. I am in opposition, physically or verbally, against something or someone I must confront. I feel I am stagnating or maybe even losing ground. My adversary is stronger than me and I must bend. I will come to wish that someone will take me in charge because whatever I want to do or wherever I want to go, I hit a wall. People are unconcerned about me or my needs. That's why I am always being asked to do more, while I receive so little in return. Now I accept to fully live my life. I reclaim the space I had left to others. I release all these long contained energies. I unleash my creativity. I feel all the liberating power of freeing my inner forces as I wish. I can feel safe only if I rely on my strengths and not on others. The more I take action, the more alive I feel. And then it goes on to leprosy, ladies and gentlemen, which I'm sure would be interesting. But we are almost literally at 4 hours. But I'll stick around. I would interact in the chat a little bit. There's 9 people watching. You guys, who are you? You must be like weirdly awesome in the same ways that we all are. All right. Hair in my mouth. Ugh. Okay, so let's see. My face salt. It's coconut oil. Oop, yeah, now you know. All right, let's see. Okay, it's knee pain and hip pain. Oh, now it comes up. Knee pain and hip pain. All right, okay. And hip pain. That's like, okay, I got to the core. We got to the middle of those two things right there. To expand on that, expand your understanding. If that resonated with you in some way, shape, or form, here's the book. It is The Complete Dictionary of Ailments and Disease by, oh yeah, Jacques Martel. Jacques Martel. Yeah, that's where all these things are. These are all my ailments, family ailments, things. And I'm like, holy shit. That's interesting. All right, side of front of you said, yeah, that works, man. It's just, I'm sorry, man. It's my fault. I wish I knew anatomy better because I know I will. Like, future me knows anatomy inside and out, right? And this, however far that is, and I could tune into that now or whatever, but I don't have it, and so it's like whatever. It's half bad on me. It's all good. Okay, indeed. Thank you. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm glad you resonate. Love you and leave you, man. Cosmic roots in both the Fearless family and with Vibe Tribe. Awesome. Much love for yourself and Zach. Invigorating substance you share woven in this knowledge. Fuck yeah, man. Cool. Thank you for that. Thank you for just sharing that. Here's the thing. Dude, share, like, here's a game I like to play. Let's put it this way instead of telling you what to do. It's something it's a way I like to play. Finding ways to honor people or to express some form of honor for someone, minor or whatever, just ways of expression, some way that you can meet them or interact with them or, it becomes a game in a sense, a mechanical action, but not really, because it's a mechanical action, I guess, that one that requires non-logic. You have to be able to tune into shit outside of a logical understanding and find then a logical framework in which to carry that out in some form to accomplish the goal of what? Like, experience the joy of like being able to play with somebody, like have fun with them in some way, shape, or form. Like, I don't know, to me that's like, yeah, that's kind of like the base of my existence, I guess. But, what do you like at a base level? Oh, I guess that's probably a core dynamic. From there, everything else is just interesting or fun or exciting or whatever. All right, so not exactly an ailment, but joints crack all the time. I think it has something to do with the flow of energy. I'm super interested. I don't know. I guess, do we go longer? All right, hold on. Let me think. Thank you. That resonated very deeply with me. All right, cool. Because then if I was just thinking, I can't go longer and answer somebody else's one. I didn't specifically get your other two, but I will take that as like, again, synchronistic. So if I do more, then I guess we'll look at joints next in a minute. But okay, we read totally hammered nail on the head, brother. Cool, man. Fuck yeah, see? Just right on. Synchronicity, man. Universe. It's all you. It's all me. It's us. Coherence. Okay, I gotta get I don't quite have the terminology right the way Zach does. Anyway, on certain things. Thank you, Willow. And then Will and I have the same thing with my joints. Literally everything cracks and pops, but something I've always had to say, okay, that's it. That's two. I was interested. That makes three. That sounds like a triangle to me. I don't know. I had a book reading. It doesn't rhyme, but okay. Jeez, this is gonna be random late night readings with Aaron. I'll just have this on hand, maybe. Okay. So joints. I'm talking about joints. Like, as you stops every couple randomly, it's like herpes. Ooh, synchronicity. It's all really though. The point is, like, no matter what it is, even if that triggered somebody, one, it's all in your perception, and it's allowing awareness to come. If you tune into whatever the ailment may be that you have, and embody it in a sense, or channel it, it's you, and allow it. Excuse me. Like allow the awareness of it to come to you in your own intuitive connections. And this stuff is from conglomeration of that, but the point is you can do it. Or you can also buy a book. It can help get, steps to get there, but you can do it. You can do it. All right. Joints. Just saw it. It talks about lady cannabis in here? No way. Whoa. Okay. So joints in general, but it's pretty long. Joints articulations. Joint strain or pain. Okay. So why don't you tell me, joints in general, or is it strain and pain? No, you said specifically popping, right? Yeah, so we'll do the joints in general. Okay, I'll do this for you guys because two of you asked it, and let's see. Let's try free fear and excel. Let's back to the other one, opening up to the idea I'm fully capable of anything is not easy. I feel like I focus so much on giving to others that I forget about myself. Yes. I come from codependency. I understand, my brother. And I think it's a process, you acknowledging that now. So affirmations, like you heard here, obviously be recorded. So if the timestamp where it starts, think like 340s when we started doing the readings. And 350 is I think where I did the second one. So good job, Aaron. Things like this, finding things that resonate with you, symbol sets, which can be affirmations or, church, or, I mean, really whatever it is for you. I don't want to crap on anybody's symbol sets in a sense. Like really, I hope Josh and I, or Zach and I, make that, clear. Even with the church dynamic, there's any symbol set can be binding. It doesn't have to be, it could be your own made up one, but if it keeps you bound in cycles and patterns of true to whatever your freest self is, if you feel like these conversations help you find you, great. So, be part of them more, or just be here. Like, that's awesome. So finding things that feed us in the season to be more free, just whatever that means. One day at a time, man. All right, joints. We gotta get on joints this long, and I think we're gonna call it night after this. Okay. Oh, I was getting through the comments. Okay. Yeah, from synchronized. Thank you again, and you're very welcome. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. It's very kind. Okay, so it's been happening since I was a kid. My hips, ribs, wrists. Wow. Okay. Crapping, popping back into space. Yeah. Seeing even weird spots like my collarbone and ankles. Weird insomniacs. Okay. With that one on screen. Let's see. With that one on screen. As I read, some people saying like, "What is he talking about?" Okay. Cool. This is for you, ladies. All right. Joints. A joint or articulation is a part of the body where two or several bones are joined in a way that permits movements adjusted to the anatomy of the human body. Synonyms: joint, junction, juncture. Joint represents facility, mobility, adaptability, and flexibility, lending grace and fluidity to movement. What a sentence. All these simple qualities are possible with a joint in perfect condition. However, it also has its limits, as bone represents the densest form of energy, the most fundamental in my existence. Articular problems are involved in all the physiological components of the human body, tissues, blood, etc. Thus, an articular disorder indicates a resistance, a holding back, a certain stiffness in my thoughts, in my actions, or in the expression of my often repressed emotions. An inflammation appears if I am afraid of moving forward. I become incapable of moving. I have difficulty in changing direction. I play the game of being emotionally detached. I don't act spontaneously. I hesitate or refuse to abandon myself to life and give my trust. Hence the anger that often results from my refusal to communicate my frustrations and disappointments. When I move painfully or with difficulty, my body is saying that I don't want to understand or accept to understand, something that is limiting me in expressing myself. I feel stuck, locked up in a facet of my life. I have difficulty in being articulate, in seeing my ideas clearly, and being able to express them. I feel like a kid with very few options. Joint pains or arthralgia show that some emotions and shocks were endured for a long time and are now intolerable because there are too many of them. These pains indicate a withdrawal in self, a lack of flexibility with myself or with others, or lack of adjustment. Stiffness in the joints tells me how I can also be stiff, rigid, and intolerant in my way of thinking, and that it would be in my benefit to lay down my blinders in order to see life more positively. I may be living too much in terms of external structures and authority instead of listening to my inner voice, which should be my supreme authority. I have the impression I am carrying the whole world on my shoulders. If my joints crack, I resent myself for having done or said certain things, even if nobody else has reproached me for anything. If my body experiences degeneration in a joint, I withdraw into my head, in my rational mind, and thus cut myself off totally from this existence that I refuse. By looking at the affected body part in order to understand my rigidity, I can activate the process of accepting that I have something to understand. For example, painful wrists, elbows, shoulders, or hands indicate that I must stop a certain action or job. I want to curl up within myself. Elbows, because I am tired of doing what I am doing or being what I am. I no longer want to be responsible for it. Shoulders. The hips, knees, and feet, lower limbs, indicate that I no longer want to pursue life with the difficulties it involves. I must remember that focusing attention on a single spot, i.e., unconsciously applying energy or emotion to a single joint, can make this energy crystallize and immobilize the joint. In this case, the process of acceptance from the heart is essential to integrate my awareness of this disease and thereby free myself of it. I'm going to read that again because that's really beautiful. In this case, the process of acceptance from the heart is essential to integrate my awareness of this disease and thereby free myself of it. A joint is a place where two bones meet. An ailment or a disease involving it denotes my inflexibility with myself or with another person or a situation. By looking at what body part is affected, I can find the facet of my life with which I would profitably be more flexible. Is it the joints of my fingers, my wrists, my ankles, etc.? The accumulated emotions and shocks suddenly become intolerable and indicate a withdrawal into myself. The painful and obsessive thoughts focus and crystallize at a specific point in my body. By accepting to listen to myself, I can thus reclaim my true power and acknowledge all the good that is in me. I can advance, develop, and make the needed changes in my life in a fluid and harmonious manner. So, how was that for you guys? Or especially with the joint stuff? What I was picturing as I was reading it, I was seeing those things pop and like being released in the certain parts of the body. And just energy that hadn't moved before, but popping in a way they haven't popped before, like at a deeper level or tissue or myofascial tissue release or something. Okay, to cracking joints to me is the direction of ease and flow. Yep, that sounds like that fit. This profound message deeply hits home. Cool. Totally resonates. And oh, yay. Okay, let's end on that. Let's end on calling a night, going to bed, everybody doing their meditation thing. And I'll close this out here by saying, We love each and every one of you, all 6 that are still here, and everyone that's not just been here. That, you know, we love the world, right? We love people, so we're creating space for people, and yeah, more uniqueness and weirdness to follow. I don't know what else to promise. That's a guarantee, though, just about. And we'll be back tomorrow night, 8 p.m. So everyone sleep well or wake up well, depending where you are. Angela Miller, UK. She's gonna catch her show when she gets up. Before, if she ever gets up in the morning, I think I told her, yeah, we've been going through 4 hours, so probably if you're up between 6 and 7, you might be able to catch the end of shows. So who knows? All right, have a good night, guys. Oh, and that I haven't said in a broadcast yet, but it's something I do, and I love doing it. It means I love you in sign language, right? I was like, oh, awesome. So it's like this too, which I love, but like this is universal, and like awesome. So, all right, night. Oh, comments, yay, love, love, love.